Oh, very good evening, everybody. Nice to have your company wherever you're tuning in, all around Australia or indeed the world. These are the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and this is Monday Night Motorsport for the 10th and final time in Term 1 of 2026, the 24th season of this magnificent club. Draws to a close on Friday night. A big week of grand final action coming your way. The first of 4 nights of live broadcast this week, ladies and gentlemen, in which you'll see 7 championships reach their natural conclusion. Some championships already wrapped up, others still firmly on the line. Night 1 of week 10 of Term 1. Let's get stuck into it. Earlier starts, later finishes. What's not to like? Zach Cabe and Adam Lavis with you. Welcome to the Sebring International Raceway in Florida. Many of you would have spent yesterday absorbed by what was going on there in the real world. The Sebring 12-hour, of course, running one for another year. Now we're turning our attention to a tantalising finale in Waste Option Super Formula Light. Of course, maybe, just maybe a foregone conclusion, but never say never in this caper. 10:35 local server time, cloudy conditions, lightly wet circuit, 21 degrees the track temp, 23 the ambient, 18 kilometre an hour winds, and they are going in a southerly direction at the moment. I need to correct this. iRacing have got it wrong again. It's 6.019 kilometres, that course. We did the numbers on that last week. So iRacing, I don't know what's going on there, but they continue to cock it up. Dan Yeaman leads by 52 points. It's a long shot for anybody tonight because Yeaman, even if he has an absolute shocker, is guaranteed 47 points in the kitty at the minimum, and that would take him to a margin of 99, which should be enough to get the title done. Sam Chapman, 349. Ryan Jones, 340, Marcus Watson, 285, and, of course, Luke Brooker, 260. So too Chris Henn, making up the top 5, and Adam Funslow there on 259. There's your grid, ladies and gentlemen. Final one of the term. 45 minutes the journey tonight. 2 compulsory pit stops. Tyson Broad, Guy Leach, the front row. Chris Henn, Ryan Jones, the second row. Adam Funslow, Dan Yeaman, the champion-elect, on row number 3, Luke Brooker, John Baldwin, that should be. Braden Denny and Hilton Booth make up the top 10. Outside, Drew Halloran, Lachlan Cable, Sam Chapman, Bradley Ratu, Kevin Wakefield, and Edward Rollo. It would seem as though Dan Yeaman has brought the reinforcements with him. The Logitech G Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable out in force tonight to watch their man wrap up the title. Here we go again, Adam Lavis, grand final week and 90 minutes of GT3s from Road America to follow. This should be a good night.
Yeah, hopefully it should be a good action-packed evening. Two pretty decent tracks to put some action on our screen. So it'll be good to see if the boys can turn up and make it happen.
Up by the last one into position. We're in the starter's hands, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? We're here already. Grand final week for the first time in 2026 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. It's live, exclusive and free, and they're racing off the starting line. A couple going for dries. We'll wait and see whether that's the right gamble to take this early in the piece. And it is a gamble because it is lightly wet. Not very lightly wet, but lightly wet at the Sebring International Raceway as they hit the first corner. Beautiful start, Tyson Broad. And Jonesy's up 2 spots in the early stages as well. Oh, trouble. Guy Leach drops a couple of spots. Dan Yeaman's up 2. Funslow down, Leach down, off go Brooker, Capel, and I think Wakefield and Rollo have not come round yet behind Capel either. So there's been some shenanigans on the opening lap. And speaking of which, look at this, Ryan Jones and Tyson Broad. These two don't like each other. This will be an absolute belter of a scrap to get things going. We saw it ignite at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve of the Supercars a couple of weeks ago. So now that they're sharing the racetrack again, they won't be able to afford to get the elbows out the way they did there, Adam Lavis, because you just can't do that in open wheelers. It's been proven 10 times over that it all ends abruptly and badly when you do. But this will be a good battle to keep an eye on.
Yeah, looks like Jonesy's bought his big boy pants tonight, and he's looking for another win. So he's putting the pressure on old Tyson here.
Indeed he is. Great start. Down on the inside, Tyson's holding on for the moment. To 16 they'll go. To 17 now. Onto the back straight.
Oh, pressure.
A run. Oh, there goes Tyson Broad. He's gone. And so's our camera angle. Broad's gone, drops down the order. Will plow it outside the top 10 with Hilton Booth coming back down the outside there. Will Booth take advantage of that? No. Broad slips back into 9th. Advantage Ryan Jones in the early stages, although he got balked by all that. Chris Henn leads in Florida. First time he's led a Super Formula Light race all season, I think.
I think that camera is because they've added another bridge in the back straight.
Of course they have. John Baldwin, unfortunately, down at Sunset Boulevard. Comes undone. 45 minutes to journey, folks. Will there be a crossover point? When will it be? Who takes the gamble to jump in and get the drives first? As you can already tell, it's not been the best move for Luke Brooker, Kevin Wakefield and Edward Rollo, and quite frankly, Adam Laver, so I'm a little bit surprised that they went down that route, considering that it's a 2 compulsory pit stop race. Those guys have made a rod for their own back from the start, and John Baldwin off the road again.
Yeah, given it's still lightly wet, that is a different gamble, because there are a very select few cars that can do slicks in the lightly wet. The majority of the racing catalogue, it's the very lightly wet is where it starts to become the changeover point. So probably a little bit too early for slicks at the moment.
Certainly not warm enough on track at the moment yet either. Only 21 degrees. Ryan Jones. So he has not had clear track all night. He first had to contend with Tyson Broad. Now he's staring at the back of Chris Henn's machine. Yeaman slots into 3rd. Leach is 4th. 2 Logitechs in the top 5. Injectors Online Racing in the form of Guy Leach. DPR Racing in the form of Ryan Jones. And Team Kraken lead the way at the moment in Florida. And I hate to give you the obvious pun, ladies and gentlemen, but it will be a Kraken motor race the way things are going. It'll be one that you want to be here for and stay with for the duration. Don't forget, off to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin as soon as we're done. Eli Donaldson's already wrapped up the title, but we'll bring in the final round of Waste Options GT3 over 90 minutes tonight for 8:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Thank Christ we're inside 2 weeks away from that being over for another summer as well. Spoken as someone disgruntledly sitting 112 years and 1 hour behind at the moment. Spare a thought for our mates in Western Australia as well. They're still having lunch as we go to where. Early start. 3 races for the Legends on Wednesday night. Early start there as well. I do have confirmation that Dan Yeaman will be with us live for that one, so we're looking forward to that. Adam and I will have a replay of round 9 earlier in the day. And John Baldwin's got a mechanical black flag, so he's off track, and it's going to be a long road back to hit the pit lane for him. Might require the tow rope, might not. Jonesy goes to the lead, gets by Chris Henn, nicely done on the inside. And then Henn gets him back straight away. Yeaman trying to keep his nose clean at the moment. They haven't been able to get the Super Formula Light livery ready for this outing. Have the Logitech Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable. And we are 2 by 2 in the early stages at Sebring. How good is this? It's giving off Formula V vibes at the moment. And look at Bradley Ratu trying to launch up and make it a 5-way fight at the front, and he does so with the fastest lap of the race, 2:02.980. Jonesy goes back to the lead, Henn still second. Leach gets back by Yeaman. They're not making life easy for the championship leader, Adam, nor should they, but if he stays there, it doesn't matter. It's over. It's his title to lose at this point in time.
Yeaman's just got to bring it home. He got plenty of points in the bank. So as long as he gets to the end of the race here, he's pretty much got it locked in. So he's just here for sort of a celebrationary parade lap for 45 minutes, basically.
I love it. I love it. Hey, there will be an early start on Thursday night as well, folks, for our GT4 competitors. That race starts 15 minutes earlier, but the broadcast still starts at 8:55 Eastern. It'll just go a little bit later into the night, earlier into the morning by the time we're done, because we've got a 60-minute race there for GT4 from the Nürburgring, which won't turn out to be a 70-minute race like what it did for the Porsche Cup last week. Oh, little bob of a Guy Leach coming up onto the main straight. Chris Henn spots back into 3rd. Yeaman and Ratu, reinforcement. Assistance there for Radu with Yeaman. Henn down the inside, Leach up the outside. Yeaman! Through the middle! Henn's away to get drawn up side by side with Guy Leach. Still can't find a way by Chris Henn. Oh, Leach almost into the back of the Henn machine. Sort yourself out, boys. the top 7, duking it out at the moment. And Jonesy has bolted. He's 1.2 seconds up the road. 2:01.499 for Tyson Broad, fastest lap of the race. Logitech G-Cars run 4.56 at the moment. Broad down the inside of Radu. On the comeback trail. Solid comeback so far. He's looking at Ryan Jones and thinking to himself, I want another piece of that.
The interesting thing about this is we're having a wet race where people are staying in a conga line. They're actually being able to follow each other. The spray isn't that bad that everyone's having to spread out. So it's actually putting up an interesting situation here, because we'll probably get close to, possibly, if the sun's out, which it is, the track may get to a point where they can do slicks at one of the 2 stops.
And it's interesting too, because Rick Brooker was one of the drivers that started on dries. He's gone back and fitted a pair of wets on by the looks of this. I think there were 3 drivers start on dries. Kevin Wakefield is still persevering with the dries at the moment. So too Edward Rollo. John Baldwin's gone back into pit lane. He started on wets, but he had the mechanical black flag flying next to his name at the moment. What's the points format for an enduro? Good evening to you, Jonathan Harris. Appreciate the question. 90 points for the race win, Adam, yeah?
Yeah, there it is. What's that bridge doing now? Yeah, it's 90 points for race win in the enduro points format. So the extra, basically 50% points boost on the normal rounds.
These guys, of course, have one more hit out this term. It'll be next Tuesday night, folks. Make a note of that. Tuesday night. I just realised that's going to rule me out of going to my usual trivia commitments for the better part of a month. Because I've got commitments either side of the trip to Cessnock. I'm away for 2 Tuesdays in Cessnock. I've got March 31 tied up with the Australian Open World Nationals. And, of course, April 21, I've been asked to MC the Ipswich Jets Junior presentation night. So my Tuesday night's a lot occupied, rather occupied for the next month or so. I'll enjoy tomorrow night for what it is. A replay of the start and replay of the early incidents so far. This was Edward Rollo. A real slow incident, that one, but that's the trip hazard of starting on the slicks. Oh, Hilton Boots on the tow rope. Hilton Boots is on the tow rope. We'll get to that in a moment. So top 3 in contention still, essentially, mate, but really, wow, lock on tape. Okay, bit of contact there, but he's still pushing on. But the problem they've got is that Yeaman is in the box seat because he's got 47 points up his sleeve, irrespective of what happens. So if he has a drop round coming to the equation tonight, it's 47 points, right? That's the minimum that he's walking away with, which gives him an advantage before the race even starts of 99. So something would have to go seriously wrong for him and seriously right for everybody else in the field, those guys that are still in contention. And, of course, for context, you mentioned Sam Chapman, Ryan Jones. They would need to get all the bonus points that are available to them. So that would be most positions gained, fastest lap, clean race. And Yeaman would actually have to score nothing and have that 47 fall back in. I don't see it happening. I've got a better chance of picking up tonight, is essentially where I'm going with that. I've got a better chance of winning the lotto, and I don't have a ticket in the thing. That's how hard pressed it is for anybody but Yeaman to be crowned champion tonight. Unless Adam Lavis, he was to get 10 championship penalty points or something like that. Oh, Chris Guy Leach. Hen loses the rear wing, I think. He'll end up on pit road. No, it's suspension. And Lachlan Cable back off track now as well. So all this is played out whilst I've been trying to explain that to you, ladies and gentlemen, and Guy Leach is in a world of hurt. So Ryan Jones to the lead. Look who's second again. Tyson Broad is back to second. He's closing to within a second of Ryan Jones. Don't think it won't be on when those two come into contact with one another again, please. Yeaman and Radu right there. So DPR versus
in the back
three.
See Lockie going, and there's Guy Leach going. They're both going at the same time.
Yep. Synchronised spinning. Look at that. Certainly not planned, but well orchestrated. 11 and a half minutes gone. Broad. Going along nicely. Has caught back up to Ryan Jones. Jonesy won't be able to believe it. He'll know the pressure that's mounting there. It's Jones, it's Broad, it's Yeaman, it's Ratu at the moment. Halloran and Rollo on pit road right now.
And they're still doing 201, so the track isn't improving that much yet.
No. Very slowly. And if they hold each other up, it won't help matters either. Look at the mechanical black flag situation. Lachlan Capel's got one as well. Hilton Boot just parked up and retired. First retirement of the night. Broad around the outside. Woo! Shots fired early. Orbit dropped there on a lead from the front. They've signed a new naming rights sponsorship agreement with the great people at Logitech G, who are, of course, behind the Supercar Series run by the Australian Sim Racing Group. Of course, they're great people at Logitech G Pro. And, of course, right here and now, they've formed an alliance with one of the great big heavyweight teams in the business. They are running 1, 3 and 4 at the moment, and DPR, of course, slotted into second by virtue of Ryan Jones's run so far. Ratu up 10 spots, Yeaman up 3, Jones up 2, Chapman up 7, the big movers so far. And still only 13 minutes gone, Adam. There's a lot that's unfolded in the course of the first 13 minutes, including Tyson Broad taking us under 2:01 for the first time tonight, 2 minutes .947. And still Lachlan Capel with that mechanical black flag sitting next to his name. So that's going to rub him out of contention potentially. Although, actually maybe not. He might buy a stroke of luck here. If we can find out when he acquired that mechanical meatball flag there, Adam, he's got 3 laps to come in and acknowledge that, yeah? Is that the usual pipe report? Is it 3 laps?
Yeah, I believe it was lap 6 according to the event tracker.
So that's last lap. So we're now on lap 7. He's got 7, 8, and 9 leverage to play with. Or actually, no, they'd probably count 6 as the first lap because you go past the lane the first time. So he's got 6, 7, and the next one. So if he doesn't come in at the end of lap 8, he's done. However, what works in his favour here is it's a 2 compulsory pit stop race. It's only 45 minutes. We're almost at the 15-minute threshold. He can split this down the middle and potentially stop twice and still get home even with that mechanical meatball. That's as simple as fast as it was.
Yeah.
But he's only got one at his disposal, so he wouldn't want to burn that and then have nothing to fall back on or have another mistake or incident pop up through the balance of the race. Hope you had a great weekend, folks. MotoGP back to Brazil after 22 years. NASCAR from Darlington. Some good racing over the course of the weekend just gone. It was good fun. And, of course, Sebring didn't disappoint either. And Formula E from Madrid was actually nice to see them race on an actual circuit rather than taking over the streets somewhere like they so often do. They've started to do a bit more of that in recent years. Daniel Yeaman, third at the moment. It's weird, actually, isn't it? We're sitting here on a Monday night, and yes, we've got all eyes on the racing, of course. Normally, we've got around the grounds or some sort of update to give you. Nothing tonight. Well done to Cricket Australia, however. Let me say this off the top. They've already released the international schedule for next summer. So when the girls will play Bangladesh in October and New Zealand in February and March, and when the Australians will play a combination of Bangladesh, England and New Zealand. So very nice to see that Cricket Australia have got their ducks in a line so early. They had to. It's between the Sydney Cricket Ground on January 8th and the Melbourne Cricket Ground on March 11th. They've got a 5-test tour of India, so 5 tests in the space of 8 weeks. That's going to be a huge, huge challenge for them. For the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Huge challenge for us as well, trying to make sure that we can find enough time to sit down in the lounge and enjoy it in amongst all of our other obligations and commitments. Down to the end of the back straight, to Sunset Boulevard we go once more. Here's Dan Yeaman. Does anyone want to dive to the pit lane at the end of lap 8? We're about third race distance here. Down the main straight. Yes, Bradley Ratu is in. Bradley Ratu is the first one to jump. I dare say Lachlan Capel will have to come in at the end of this lap as well. And here's Yeaman around the outside of Jones! No! He had his nose in front momentarily. Now he'll draw back on the inside for 2. He opts out of that one as well. Shows the nose and then tucks back in. Obviously, as the grip comes to the circuit, Adam, and it goes from slightly wet to completely dry, that move would be well and truly on, but at the moment, not worth the risk for Yeaman.
No, but as you see, we've now triggered the very lightly wet phase, so we're definitely getting close to the slick tyre window, and Bradley Ratu has gambled, so is Chris Hannon and Chris Wakefield, so a couple of guys are going to the slicks now, trying to get a jump on these guys still on the wets, but with the fact that the lap times haven't started plumbing yet, it may still be too soon.
Maybe so. Maybe so. We're soon going to find out. No rain left on the radar. It looks as though we're relatively good skyward for the balance of this race. Here's Brooker down on the inside of Kevin Wakefield. To the end of the back straight. Brooker to 11th. Look at this. Ryan Jones, Dan Yeaman. How good. What a contest, what a scrap. Back straight, watch Yeaman. Maybe on the run to Sunset Boulevard. Here they go to turn 17 once more. As I pointed out on the Logitech broadcast the other night, the one thing that constantly amuses me when we go to places like the United States, and you can see it there on your track map, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have the turn numbers associated with that, but there are a couple of little kinks and bobbles in this circuit that are not actually counted in the corner count. This is technically turn 17, but I'm going to call it 18 because when you look at a double apex right handle like that on any oval in the United States, they're counted as 2 corners, not 1. And yet Sunset Boulevard is somehow only counted as 1 corner. I really don't understand the Americans, their lack of logic when it comes to that sort of stuff. Never have. But then again, you look at who's running the show over there at the moment, and it makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? The lack of logic. 19 minutes gone. You can tick politics off the bingo card tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's already been covered. 26 minutes to go. Guy Leach, Brendan Deaney make their way to pit lane. Drew Halloran and Edward Rollo remain a lap down out there at the moment after spending 1:45 and 2:49 respectively on pit road. And here come Jones and Yeaman up on lap traffic. Here's John Baldwin. Another incident for John. At least he was able to keep that one off the wall. Leach, Deaney, Hayden Capel, Brooker, Baldwin, Wakefield, Halloran, Rollo, Booth. Halloran and Rollo still in the race. Booth out, only retirement so far, down to 15 on track. And still the top 5 yet to transit the lane first time through. Kevin Wakefield now off the road. He'll keep the boot into it and keep on going. There he is. As Yeaman and Jones pounce on through. So Yeaman's finally got by Jones. So Yeaman a second. Logitech G Orbit drop there. Motorsport 1, 2. And this was Bradley Ratu in another Logitech G Pro Orbit drop bear Motorsport entry. Oh, got the curb. And the curb had water in it, splashed him out. There we go. Slick tyres do not like damp patches. They're going to have to be mindful of that as we go.
Well,
Righto. Do our leaders come to the lane this time or not?
Even with that spin, he's still the leader of the slick pack.
Yeaman goes on again. Jones goes on again. Broad has gone to pit lane. Broad's just taken off. Tyson Broad has just bolted. He was in pit lane before those guys even made it to the main straight. Uh-oh, Bradley Radu again. Horrible outlet for Bradley. Drops back in behind Guy Leach now. Sorry, Chris Hannon, I should say. Guy Leach and Brendan Deaney just behind them. There they are, top of shot. Oh, that was Drew Halloran. That was a wild ride through the grass. Field not yet cleansed. Yeaman and Jones this time, you would suspect, will be making that change to dry tyres. Halloran's still out there on the... Oh, Guy Leach, what's going on here? Oh, no!
He was trying to warm his tyres up, he's overdone it.
Guy Leach's race is run! I was going to say, it's not the warm-up lap. What the hell is he doing? I thought he was going to wipe somebody out there. Clean bowl very shortly. Aiden CC, I'm going to hazard a guess that might be either Aidan Cale. That's my first guess, and Aidan Luthwaite's my second. But I would suspect it's Aidan Cale, given the initials. Excited to see what's in store for next season. So are we, mate. I have no idea when that's being revealed. Are we doing that Wednesday night, Thursday night, or are Liam and Joe doing it Friday night? Adam, what's going on there?
I think Greg's on that. I'll try and do some graphics on Wednesday, but we'll see how we go. I think Greg said either might have said with you Thursday, maybe Friday, but I think maybe Thursday. We'll confirm later on. It'll be one of the two last rounds of the season.
Excellent. Lovely. And then the countdown begins to Monday, April 13 for you on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Wow, that was a wild ride. Thank you, mate, for the confirmation there. Yeaman to pit lane, Jones to follow. Here they come. Right, field is cleansed. Guy Leach on the tow rope. Out of business. Just before that, shenanigans all broke out. I was going to point out, Drew Halloran went back out there on the wet. So too Luke Brooker and John Baldwin, but they only stopped on lap 2, whereas Halloran stopped on lap 5. So they're still off sequence at the moment with everybody else. Brendan Deeney stopped on lap 9 and stayed on the wets himself. So there's a couple of guys that haven't yet made that twitch. We'll watch that play out over the course of the next couple of laps. But now you are seeing that it is definitely a dry circuit. Here comes Tyson Broad, and through he goes to lead comfortably in Florida. Yeaman and Jones follow him out. 1.2 the advantage. Now the weaving begins for Yeaman.
It looks like it's still slightly towards wets, like very slightly. You can see Tyson lost a little bit of time there with his out lap out of the other two on their in lap. But now they're back to even playing field. So, but obviously, given where it is in the race, you obviously want to take the slicks down and just take that 1 or 2 laps of pain, because it is definitely going to be hitting that crossover point very shortly. As you can see, the track is looking very dry. There's probably enough wet spots around. They're not quite getting the full speed out of it.
100%. So that will also impact, among other things, the lap count tonight as well. We're probably leaning towards a 22-lap race instead of 23. Oh, there goes Brendan Deeney. Oh, dear. Just to remind you, folks, we did have questions before the start of the race with regards to pit stops tonight. There were no requirements on our compulsory pit stop rule on our supplementary regulation info sheet that gets read out by race control in the lead up to any given GSRC race. But if we go and have a look at our year-long, season-long calendar, it was confirmed in the lead up to this race that it would be a 2 CPS requirement, or at least a 1 CPS requirement. We will have 2 CPS in the GSRC GT3 with thanks to waste options coming up at the end of this. So, yes, first obligation has been adhered to. Pit stops have been complete. It's interesting though, because if it is only a 1 stopper, see, and that's the thing, I'm in the dark a little bit with regards to that. I believe it was 2. Not that I've got any confirmation on my run sheet whatsoever with regards to that. It usually is when we go 45 minutes in the entree slot. A 2 stop based on Toyota 86s at Bathurst last year and also GT4 before that. If it's a 1 stopper, these guys, technically they reckon they're good to go to the flag. But if it is a 2 stopper, then obviously the second and third stints aren't going to be anywhere near as long as the first if we're only going 22, 23 laps. And as I said, 22, if it is another stop, 22 will be the number. There's Kevin Wakefield with a big off. Based on the times being outside that 2-minute threshold at the moment. Yeaman and Jones still arguing over the same piece of real estate. And here goes Jonesy, Yeaman up the outside. Here we go, side by side. The 2 racers turn commentators, or commentators turn racers, depending upon which way you want to look at it. Have a look at this. Jones keeps Yeaman at bay for the moment. John Baldwin, Bradley Ratu back to pit lane. Guy Leach, Edward Rollo. Leach has been there for 5 minutes. We knew about that. Oh, no, there goes Yeaman. There goes Yeaman.
Just caught that bit of water on the curb there.
It's not enough to ruin the championship aspirations for him, we know that. But it takes him out of the fight with Ryan Jones. And it releases an immense amount of pressure off of Jonesy's back, and he now can look at the 4-second deficit to Tyson Broad and see what he can do in terms of trying to reel that in. There goes Chris Henn. They're dropping like flies in Florida.
He was literally...
Yeaman goes up into 4th and Chapman to 5th.
He literally had the exact same spin as Yeaman to the point where he followed his wheel tracks through the grass to get back on the track.
Now, Bradley Ruddo's been on pit lane for 3 minutes and 25 seconds. And John Baldwin for 1 minute and 10.
Yeah, Bradley, he's out. I'll show it again.
Out. Gone. Copy. Thank you.
You might not look at the screen when I showed it.
Main straight. Righto. Bang. Into the wall. Gotcha. Steering gone. Would have raced tonight if I knew it was wet, says Jonathan Harris. Yeah, I reckon a few people would have said the same, mate. I've had a couple of people messaging me with regards to, and when I say a couple of people, I must stress that I'm exaggerating for fact. It was only Craig Bond last night messaging me with regards to, he said, if I was in charge, this is what I do for da-da-da-da-da. I was like, I love the enthusiasm with regards to term two, and we both know that I have my favourites and all that sort of stuff, but I don't try and sway the committee in any way, shape or form. I just turn up and commentate what I'm given. However, if you're a paid subscriber, if you're a paid member, feel free to throw your ideas into the ring. Put your options forward, put your ideas and thoughts and views. The committee, relies on feedback in order to make decisions and move the club forward in a positive trajectory. But I did remind him at the time, I said, mate, they've already probably settled on a Term 2 schedule, so you might need to just put the feelers out for Term 3 already. You missed the boat on that one. You left the thought process, the brainstorming a little bit too late in the piece. But the same goes for everyone else. There's a lot of interest in what's going to go on for Term 2. I would have loved to have seen more entries in Super Formula Light tonight. In fact, I think the same goes across the course of the season. But I don't know if people are swayed on their schedule, their time zone, their commitments and obligations to other racing leagues and categories, or whether they're deterred by track and weather conditions, or a combination of all of the above. But yeah, it is a shame that we didn't have a bigger field for the grand finale. The other problem too, Adam Lavis, we've found a new little trip up with thanks to iRacing. They're making it even more difficult to get into the server in time for the race. The old philosophy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, doesn't apply to these idiots sometimes.
I've had word that it may just be a visual glitch, so that qualifying thing, so people may have been able to register, but I haven't got confirmed yet, but it may just be a glitch on the UI. So if that's the case, that's much better than what the alternative was.
Absolutely. IRWC is over now, so should be a bigger pro field tonight. Anyway, yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. What's IRWC? I'm a little bit out of the loop there. Anyway, K-Paul fastest start of the race on the dry tyre, 157.349. So now we're starting to see some sub 2 minute competitive lap times. That may do enough to get us to 23 laps. It may not. It's going to be 22 or 23 laps either way here, ladies and gentlemen. And if there's another transit lane required as well, which given that there were some stops as early as lap 8, lead me to believe there might be.
Well, to be fair, Cable's doing 57s, but the leaders are still doing 59s and 58s.
I know, that was a very impressive lap from Cable. Really, really good stuff. Adam Lavis is just jotting a memo down, a note to himself. Go and readjust the camera and move it out of the way of the bridge.
Oh, well,
the Porsche Cup. Right, I copy that. Thanks, mate.
It's the second thing they've added. So they've added a bridge to Sebring. They've put a tree at McPhilly Park, which blocks the crane camera. So
yeah.
But they still, I bet, when we go to Road America next, they still haven't removed the tree leading up to the front straight.
Oh! What was that?
Oh, the other one's gone.
So that was Drew Halloran getting into the side of some lap traffic, I think.
He's got a black flag now as well.
And incident points over the top, and a car that just doesn't want to play ball. So, and now that it's a dry circuit, and he's on, well, completely wrecked. It was John Baldwin that he got into the side of. He's on worn wet tyres. They're no good to him. They're toast. Throw them in the bin. go down pit lane, grab yourself a slick set, and then go and serve your drive-through for incident points, and then get back out there and try and see the checkered flag, still get classified. He's got nearly a lap on Edward Rollo. He should be able to do that without too much of an invoice. Rollo's been into the pit lane 3 times already. Here comes Adam Funslow.
Yeah, he's got some pace on Jonesy here.
Absolutely he does. Adam Funslow's having a great run and has been one of the known known performers of the season. We've seen what he's done in the Legends series. Same applies to Jonesy, of course. We're watching 2 guys that have had nearly contact. 2 guys that have had a reasonably good season in parts. In Jonesy's case, it's been when he's been able to be here and not bound by other real-world obligations, of course. But yeah, these are 2 guys to keep an eye on going forward. They've had a very impressive turn 1.
My side nose is still intact.
Yes. They're very lucky in that regard. Back straight. Capable, 156.917 that last time through on lap 16. Lap 16, here comes Funslow to the inside of Jonesy. Job done. And they're catching Tyson Broad. That's important to note as well. They are catching Tyson Broad. The margin that the leader enjoys is only 1.8 seconds now. Main straight, let's go. At least another 6 laps ahead of us here. In fact, it will probably only be 6.
Oh, Brody had a mistake that last lap.
He did. Yeah. And the lap before. No, sorry, no, you're right. Just that last lap. In fact, even so, Funslow's 3rd last lap on that sheet was impressive as well. Took over a second out of Broad. So, Broad's had a shocker. This time through, here's the mistake in question. The same puddle that tripped up Yeaman? Yep, there it is. Oh, jeez. What about the correction, though? What about the correction? So, all of a sudden, this race is back alive and well. Although, Broad's taken back out, taken back off. Cleared back out to a 2.2 second advantage now. 11 minutes to play. Capel charging home with a wet sail. Half a minute off the leader. And now putting tremendous pressure on Chris Henn. Funslow there, trying to clear Jones. Luke Brook at a pit lane. This will be the get off the wet tyre. Get on the dry. Remember there was confusion around the pit lane procedure at the start of the season, and we saw at Okayama there were no pit stop requirements or obligations, and that's why Chapo and Yeaman and a couple of others tried. Connor Nixon, I think, was the other one, tried that zero-stop strategy. It worked for Yeaman and Chapman. It did not work for Connor. He chug-a-lugged across the line, coughing and spluttering into the main straight. And Marcus Watson didn't mind cutting loose in the post-race show, reminding everybody exactly how filthy he was about that whole situation.
Well, I'm wondering if that might be what's catching Funslow here. I wonder if Tyson, Ryan and Yeaman are fuel saving, although Brody just put in a 56, so did Ryan Jones, so maybe they're starting to pace up now.
Funslow. I'm not sure if it's my end or Adam's end, but the screen on my end now looks incredibly pixelated and grainy. Is it you? Something has dropped? Yep, copy. Oh, there we go. Whatever happened has restored. Broad, Funslow, Jones, Yeaman and Chapman, then Henn there in 6th spot. I was like, hang on. This is giving off Optus buffering vibes from the 2018 FIFA World Cup. Edward Rollo now with the mechanical meatball flag. He's been on pit lane for 2 3/4 minutes. Ratu and Leach have been there for 12 and 15 minutes respectively. It's not going to be their night. 9 minutes to go. Broad, Funslow, Jones, Yeaman, Chapman, Capel and Henn, the top 7. Capel having got up into 6th spot. Has cleared Chris Henn.
Well, hasn't cleared him ever since he got past. Ever since he got past Henn is stuck with him.
Look who they're reeling in though. Look who they're chasing. S. Chapman. Smiling like a Cheshire cat after the weekend's political result in his part of the world, no doubt. And the less we can fire him up about that one, ladies and gentlemen, the less we can hear from him about that tonight, the better. Hello, Wolfbane. 51, tuning in for the first time tonight. There's Edward Rollo. This was turn 3. Into the wall and done. That would have tripped the mechanical black flag. Race run for him. Broad leads us. It's either 4 or 5 laps to go. It depends very much on whether there's another splash and dash here. I'm not sure there is, now that I'm seeing the numbers that are being punched out. I have my doubts. Drew Halloran, he's had a shocker. At least he's still out there, though. At this stage, everybody finishes.
Nope, here we
go. Chapo's been swamped. Capel's up his outside. Oh, okay. We've got a new member joining up. Excellent. Wolfbane's going to be on the grid in the GT3s, I take it. Rollo, Ratu, Leach, all on pit road still. Capel giving Chapo the big hurry up. Capel, the fastest driver on the circuit, 154.998 to the outside. Not yet. Not yet. If there is another splash and dash here, it makes the equation pretty simple, mathematically speaking. But if they're not planning on another transit down the lane, there is going to be 23 laps in this race. They will get 23 in. Oh, geez, it's hairy.
Chapo didn't really leave much room there.
He didn't, no. You said it so I didn't have to. And Hen capitalises on that as well. Yeaman's got Jones. Yeaman has got Jones. Yeaman back to 3rd. Jonesy back to 4th. Jonesy's been pushed off the podium. It's touch and go, but on these numbers, if they're not coming in for a splash and dash, it's 4 to go at the line. So it'll be 23 laps, and that's the problem. There's nothing here. There's nothing here to suggest. Oh, that was what happened to Jones. He was bowled it wide coming onto the back straight. That's a no-no, especially when there's puddles waiting for you. And he was very lucky to gather control of that car before he ended up on the inside wall. But the interesting thing for mine here is everybody that's still on track gets classified at 75%, which is 18 laps. John Baldwin and Drew Halloran, if it is 23, that is, they just need to get round the next lap and a half that they're currently on. John's got half a lap to go to be classified. Minimum 18 laps to be classified at 75%. Broad leads 19.5 gone, 3.5 to go, we think, because we got no damned idea if they're coming in for a second stop or not. And if they are, then, you know, I mean, if they're not rather, then it makes it very interesting, the tactic of someone like Lockie Capel and even Chris Hen to go as early as they did to the pit lane.
Either they are, because they've realised and dropped the hammer, because the last 2 laps they've joined Capel in the 55s, so all of a sudden they've picked their pace up, or they've actually managed to save enough to now make it on full burn. So we'll wait and see here.
We will indeed. 4.5 minutes to go. Slow down for Kevin Wakefield. John Baldwin, Drew Halloran now also with mechanical black flags to their name. This is how it happened. Oh, no, boys. No. Halloran into Baldwin. Whoa, that's a biggie. That's a wild ride down Sunset Boulevard, and Halloran's car is wrecked. What on earth was that all about? Broad's going round again. Fastest lap of the race, 154.822. So I think they're good. That now means that this is a 23-lap race. And I think one of the points that I would make, and I'm not part of the committee, I was asked to be, and I was like, no, that's not my place. I'm a commentator, and I probably should be impartial, and that involves not being, tied from a committee standpoint to decision-making processes and other things. But if it was me, Adam Lavis, I would like to see more legislation in play with regards to CPSs. Even though Chapo's very anti-CPS, we know that. just for the sake of clarity. I mean, it's good when we go GT3 racing, V8 Supercar racing, GT4 Porsche Cup GTE. It comes on the run sheet. It says this is what's going to happen. These are the requirements. Make sure you adhere to that. There's obviously some leverage there with the other offerings. So that would include our Tuesday night categories, obviously Super Formula Light and the Legends. But I think when we go 45 minutes, I think there needs to be more clarity with regards to the obligations there, just so that we know what the hell we're talking about. Lachlan Capel chases Sam Chapman. This is for fifth. Jones and Chapman are going to fall short in their bid of denying Dan Yeaman his title glory. Capel will die trying to get by Chapman for fifth, I dare say. He'll get there or die trying. Yep, and at the moment he's wide and he's off the road, and that's going to hurt him. Back one of the back straight we go. Slow down for Lockie Capel. Chapo breathes a sigh of relief. 2 laps to go for Tyson Broad. No sign of him coming to pit lane, so 2 laps to go. And a good minute and a half of overtime coming up in this first race of the night. Right, America, GT3 to come.
I think even if they come in now, they've got to that point now where they're going to confuse Marnie if they come in the end of this lap anyway.
Exactly. So, white flag flies this time by for Tyson Broad. This has been a good fight back from him. Down in 9th in the early stages. Fought back through to lead at the first round of pit stops. Fought back then from a secondary mistake. Saw off the threat of Jones, Yeaman and Funslow the second time, and now leads it by nearly 5 seconds. Clinical from Tyson Broad on a night where his teammate will sew up the title, and to the victor go the spoils, but it's not just success for Dan Yeaman, it's success for Logitech, Orbit, Drop Bear Motorsport.
Chris Henn, black flag incident points.
Chris Henn on pit road now for incident points for a black flag, so and has been for 30 seconds.
That might be speeding.
Yeah, that might be, you're right. It doesn't make sense that it's a stop and hold. So Chris Henn's race is run, and that will be to the benefit of Braden Deeney and Luke Brooker if they can get back around. No, Henn has been released. Henn has been released from the pit box now, so he's good.
44-second stop, that's a penalty. I reckon he did have to splash and dash, and he sped in the pit lane.
Yep. Well, that was the problem because he stopped on lap 5, and that was why I was questioning, is this a 2-stop race? He stopped on lap 5,
big snap from Chapo there. I think he might be in trouble here.
Here comes Capel. Capel to the outside. Capel to 5th. On the back straight, but on the top, contact and gone! Oh, that's silly, boys. That's really silly. We saw it the other night in the Logitech G Pro. Madison Down getting wrecked with a similar incident in a straight line. And Chapo comes off second best. White flag flies and Tyson Broad's on the way home. Oh, really? I don't... jeez. I don't like seeing incidents like that when, well, Capel's now out of business because he's had to go to pit lane. Whether that was a mechanical meatball flag or whether he sustained too much damage to limp it home to the line, I'm not sure.
Capel's got a regular black, Chapo's got a meatball.
Copy. So Chapo can limp home with the meatball and that'll be okay, but really, they had that and a lap to go. They had time to sort that out in a better way, in a cleaner manner. Oh boy. Well, that is the battle for 5th decided. And it will be in Chapman's favour. But Tyson Broad back on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and back to the top of the summit on a night where it'll be double delight for the Logitech G Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable. What a performance this has been right throughout the course of the season from Dan Yeaman. He'll finish off the campaign with a podium. And he will secure the title. Last turn, checkered flag, and Tyson Broad joins the winners list in Waste Options Super Formula Light. Victory at Sebring. Dominant in Florida. Clinical.
Funslow didn't have enough fuel. He's held up a second. Good on him.
Funslow gets second, a PB for him in this series. And he'd had two other third-place finishes prior to that. And now he gets a second to finish it off.
Jonesy's coughing over the line.
And Dan Yeaman with finishes of fourth, first, second, seventh, first, fifth, first, second, eighth, first and ninth, completes the near-perfect season. Waste Options, Super Formula Light champion, right there on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The first for Orbit Drop Bear in their new era, aligned with the Logitech G stable. Well done to Yeaman. Gets it comfortably in the end. Top 10 finishes from first until last. Barely missed a beat. Always turned up. Always competitive. Work commitments didn't ruin his chances. Unlike Wednesday nights, but that's a completely different story. And Yeaman has grabbed the honours here. Very nicely done. But just how dominant were Orbit Drop Bear in the closing stages of that series, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we have a look down through here. Tyson Broad got a second last week. We saw Mark Hilly, of course, aid victory for Dan Yeaman a few weeks ago. We've had a great season of racing here in Waste Options Super Formula Light, and we crown a very new winner, a new name on the winners list in this series in the 15th and final race of the campaign. Orbit Drop Bear, of course, Logitech G now, Orbit Drop Bear now, 1 and 3. ILEC Motorsports, Adam Funslow in for second. Ryan Jones, Gallant in fourth. Chapo limps home with the mechanical meatball next to his name in fifth. Lachlan Capel, even with that late splash and dash for the transit of the lane for the incident point limit being breached. He held on for sixth ahead of Chris Henn, Braden Deeney, and Luke Brooker and Kevin Wakefield. Drew Halloran, John Baldwin will both be classified. Drew's 3 laps down. John was 5 laps down. And in the end, Edward Rollo, Bradley Ratu, Guy Leach and Hilton Booth will all be listed as retirements. DNFs tonight. And have a look at the boys. They're going to light it up. And rightly so. Broady's already in the booth, so he can hear everything we're saying at the moment. He's out there enjoying this moment with his teammate. They came out in fourth tonight, the Logitech G Pro stable. Unfortunately, it didn't go to plan for Bradley Ratu, and Lockie's had that run in with Chapo right at the very end. It could have very well been 3 in the top 5, and Ratu had the pace to make it 4 had he not had that second incident. But what a moment that is. And Yeaman, victories in the feature race of rounds 2 and 4, the sprint race of round 5 and round 9, plus the feature race win in round 6 at the Miami International Autodrome. So count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins throughout the course of the season. And on the back of that, 2 second place finishes and tonight's 3rd place finish. That's the first and only time he's finished 3rd in the campaign. The 15th race is the first and only time he's finished 3rd in any given race in the tournament. 2 4th place finishes in there, plus a 5th, a 7th, an 8th, a 9th, and I'm missing one in there as well, boys. Just let me see what I can...
Now he's doing Gymkhana.
Yeah. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Oh, we stuffed it.
Sorry, 3 second place finishes. I did miss a second in there. So 9 podium finishes for the season and a great performance from the Logitech G Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable. And Tice, as we welcome you in, mate, clinical drive, nicely done. Didn't make life too easy for yourself. A couple of early mistakes. One that pushed you all the way back to 9th in the field. Great recovery from that. And then a little scared late in the race, tripping up on a puddle that had Adam Funslow, Ryan Jones, even Dan Yeaman thinking, hang on, we're still a chance. But then you quickly put that to bed. Nicely done, mate. Good win.
Yeah, thanks. It's probably the most dominant drive I've done in a while. Yeah, it was just really clicked with car and track combo tonight. Not really much more to say.
I couldn't help but get excited. I was all motivated and pumped up and ready to rock and roll when I saw that you and Jonesy were 1 and 2 in the early stages, given that there was a little bit of animosity a few weeks ago when you shared the track at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Unfortunately, that battle didn't transpire the way we would have liked because you had that incident early on. All on your own, obviously, let's be perfectly honest about that. But we were looking forward to that, potentially brewing in the early stages. Thankfully, though, it didn't, because unlike the supercar, you don't have doors to work with on these cars.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was just sort of looking in my mirrors too much on lap 1. Did me there, and then yeah, it was just a matter of just driving back through and yeah, getting back to where I belong.
I love it. Hey, it only took us until about lap 17 to cotton on and think, hang on, it might only be a one-stop race here. We were trying to work out whether it was 1 or 2 compulsory pit stops. There was nothing in the info given to us that would suggest that it was supposed to be a 2 CPS race, but it was 1. You guys nailed the strategy there. The undercut for you, the overcut for the guys around you, again, the undercut seemed to work for you in the sense that you came out with the lead, but they trimmed a little bit of the fat in the first stint, mate. Obviously, you knew that the transition time was there to go to the dries. You wouldn't want to have left that any longer. Could you have gone longer into that stint with regards to fuel, though, or was it a case of pit now, top up the tank, and get off these fast deteriorating wet weather tyres at the same time?
I sort of burnt through the fuel and yeah, wasn't able to go any further than that. I know Dan, he was coughing in the lane on that extra lap, so I think that was the absolute maximum he could get out of it. And yeah, it was just a case of dry tyre warm up on a damp track isn't the greatest, and yeah, just sort of just managing the gap from there.
No, Guy Leach learnt that part the hard way, actually. Guy had a slip and slide moment that put him out of business, trying to warm up the slicks on a drying circuit. Interesting to note that we never got back to fully dry, though, but at least the time started to come down in the end. And if anything, it was the roaring pace shown by your teammate, Lockie Cable, that gave the green light to everybody to say, hang on, there's more time in these cars than what is being perceived or being shown up front. Was it a case of you guys doing a little bit of fuel saving in that second stint?
No, not particularly. It sort of had easily enough to get to the end on one stop. So yeah, it was just a matter of just sussing out where the grip was on the track more than anything. And I think Lockie found that a bit quicker than the rest of us.
Nice to play a role, I guess, mate, in the sense that you were here for the last 2 weeks. We didn't see much of you in that championship prior to last week. Nice for you, I guess, to come out and play a role in aiding, helping, assisting, being there in moral support for your teammate Dan Yeaman. I mean, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion, but it helps to have reinforcement to ensure that the job is done and the title is secured.
I mean, I guess it's good to see Dan finally win a title after choking a couple. But yeah, no, I just sort of saw the current track combo and thought, oh, this would be a bit interesting. Did a couple laps before and was like, yeah, this is a pretty good car track combo, so I figured I might as well have a dip.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's one of the shortest periods of time in which someone has been able to enjoy the spoils of victory before being given a reality check and a clip and a drive-by the way through. You'd expect nothing less from these guys. And, of course, the last time we caught up with you, mate, it was on the eve of the announcement with Logitech. Great to have one of the big players in this industry in your corner for 2026. Yeah,
definitely. It's you know, been pretty good to see the new logos on the car, and yeah, obviously pretty good to have Logitech behind us. Yeah, had to tease it out over a few days, but yeah, it's good to finally be able to talk about it.
Indeed. What does the next couple of weeks look like for you, mate, between now and when we reconvene for the start of Monday Night Motorsport again in Term 2 on April 13?
Definitely doing the V8s on Wednesday.
Yes. Very good.
Not sure about what the qualification is for AOWN. I would like to have a go in it. But yeah, I don't know if I'd meet the qualification for that, but I'm sure I'd be pretty handy reserve if one of those that qualified can't race.
I was going to say, what did the qualification criteria used to be? 3 events? Chapman and Yeaman are here, and then 5. Okay, so because I was going to say, I know the goalposts have moved on that in recent times, boys. So I wasn't sure where we're at the moment. So if you haven't done more than half the championship, you're toast. Essentially, Dan, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, don't take my word as gospel right this second, but I believe that's where we were sitting on the
okay
qualification requirements.
All right, which
yes, I can make that gospel. I can confirm what Josh had pinned in the SFL channel.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Minimum 5 rounds.
All right, I might ask you about the AOWN in just a moment because, I mean, let's be perfectly honest. There are potentially a couple of grid spots there for the taking. I would love to see some discretion given in the sense that, I mean, like what we see with the Logitech G Pro Invitational and the Mazda Racing Porsche Pro Invitational Series, those guys, they do have some invitational reserve spots that are allocated to drivers at the discretion of the series organisers. Maybe we take a leaf out of that booklet. Maybe that's a discussion we have with Josh offline. Tice, just before I go to your teammate, and then we hear from the Pride of South Australia, let me ask you about, I mean, obviously, no idea what the Term 2 schedule looks like yet. If the Super Formula Light was to go around again, would you be interested in coming and making that a full-term commitment to see if you can keep the trophy in the Orbit Drop Bear cabinet and take it out of Yeaman's hands at the same time?
Definitely not a full commitment, just due to work and that. But yeah, I'd see if I'd be able to turn up as much as possible. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Hopping in the GT3 tonight or not?
Nah, not really.
Fair enough. Good to catch up with you, buddy. Hey, well done tonight. Great performance. I know we've got to step lively here because we've got 15 minutes before the GT3s are on the grid. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, just shout out to the boys at Logitech GODBM for the ongoing support and our partners in Logitech, iOverlays, and Revolution Race Gear. And then just iLiveries, sorry. What did I say before? I can't remember. Anyway. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, just shout out to those guys and yeah, the gents for putting on the event broadcast.
I love the level of self-restraint shown there as well to pull yourself back from dropping the big bomb on broadcast as well, Tice. Thank you, mate. Go well. Enjoy the off-season. Hopefully we'll catch up on Wednesday night.
Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. To the champion go the spoils. Dan Yeaman, well done, mate. Didn't necessarily have to go out there and tick all the boxes tonight. You knew the limits with which you had to work within. You did that quite nicely. Fought hard and rewarded with a podium in the end. But by gee, credit to Adam Funds, though. Kept you and Jonesy honest.
Yeah, there are plenty of guys out here tonight who had the pace. And yeah, my mission was keep it on the island more than anything else. So exactly that. Tonight, maybe we had a chance for a little bit something more at some points in that race. But, well, we put it off the road at Tower Turn. So that put paid to that one there. So indeed, a good way to finish for all things considered from myself. And yeah, good to have the racing we did have, that at least I got to be part of tonight. Unfortunate for Chaffer that his qualifying and race didn't really work out to make it close on track between him and I. But I think he had the pace towards the end there. If he had been in a better starting position, perhaps to be part of the thrills and spills. But yeah, we got lucky a couple of times. Just seen there, like, yeah, got lucky there at one point at Sunset Bend when the roads opened. Unfortunately, when Guy and Chris got together. But yeah, apart from that, it was just hit all the marks, dot the I's and cross the T's, and thankfully we were able to do that this time.
You were indeed, mate. It was a brilliant drive. I mean, you weren't the only one to trip up on that slight, small bit of water, and it just went to show everybody just how difficult the circuit was to work with and drive in those ever so gradually wet conditions. It was only a small puddle that tripped you up, and thankfully it wasn't a costly one.
Yeah, thankfully indeed. The fact that it only speared me into certain 90 degrees to the track surface helped a lot there without it being a full turnaround. And yeah, just that part of the track where it looked like there was a racing line to get through, and just, yeah, had to take it a lot slower than you wanted to and thought you could for a fair few laps to make sure you didn't load up the tyres or hit that patch until right towards the end. But hey, we learned our lesson, and yeah, we got lucky with it tonight.
Indeed. Tice was very quick to say, or tell everybody at home, at least you finally got the job done, got the monkey off the back, and not choked or done something, untoward in the lead up to potentially securing a title. You've finally got that one ticked off, mate, secured. Well done. What's going through the mind from a sentimental and an emotional standpoint at the moment? By the looks of the celebration that you and Tyson had on the grid there, it looked like it meant a lot.
Oh, it's always good to be able to put together what's ended up being like 10-week season, which I didn't know was going to be a possibility at the end of the day. This was, I'm still, weirdly enough as it is, a week-by-week championship campaign for me with the way work is. So, yeah, as indeed, and whilst it maybe wasn't necessarily high stakes every week for me, nevertheless, yeah, just to be able to commit to the execution when it mattered tonight, and and make up for the last time I was in a position to help secure something and put myself in all kinds of trouble and lost it on the very last night of the season once upon a time before in a TCR car. So yeah, we can say we paid myself for that one finally. It's just taken a few years to get a chance to be in that position to do so.
Ah, yes, the old Titanic cars. How about that? Now, on that subject, interesting to note, mate, that when we look at your stat sheet there, and I read it out before you joined us in the booth, all your championship race finishes this term have been in the top 10. That, for mine, without going back through the books and having a look at all the previous statistics surrounding you and your involvement on the platforms of the GSRC, that to me screams the most consistent term, the best term you've put together.
It should be, yeah, because even with my intermittent racing elsewhere, there have been weeks where things haven't paid out well. So yeah, this all worked out worked out from a stats book, pretty neat looking. Yeah, so happy to be able each week able to maximize where we could, minimize and protect against the minimize the issues we did face during the season, and keep scoring the points to basically put ourselves in this position come tonight.
We will have a look at the final championship standings for you as soon as Adam Lavis has them ready, mate. No guarantee that Super Formula Light appears on the schedule next term. So this is a two-part question. What would you like to see in this slot, in its place, if we are to have some change term on term? Something that obviously no doubt would entice you to come and have a race straight after work on a Monday afternoon, I'm thinking. But secondly, nothing like the opportunity to go out and put the icing on the cake of the championship with an Australian Open World National title to your name next Tuesday night. You get that opportunity. Success beckons there. What are your initial thoughts on the AOWN and any preference with regards to the circuit that we might go racing on next Tuesday night?
At the end of the day, just let me know the track once we know what it is, and we'll get to work on getting ready for it. Thankfully, at this stage, it looks like I'll be able to lead the charge, as it were, for us here at the GSRC in that race next Tuesday night, with work being a day shift. Unfortunately, that's going to be up in the air till late this week, so fingers crossed that doesn't change. Because it would be nice to basically take the momentum out of this and see what we can do when mixing it up against SRW and FDL. Certainly, it's a calibre of drivers that perhaps at the pointier end, there's a quantity as well as perhaps quality there that will be a true test for our best that are on the field as well. So going to be, I think, when we rock up, going to have to see what it is. And I think at the end of the day, just I'll do my best to be ready for the track when it comes. And I'm not too fussed about what it'll be at the end of the day.
All right, very nicely done. What about next term? What do you want to see? What's on the hit list? Because, I mean, obviously there'll be part of your week taken up by commitments potentially with us here in the broadcast booth. But what would you like to see from a driver's standpoint? What entices you to go out racing?
At the end, I mean, the biggest thing for me ends up being a case of just like, when am I available? And then having a look at what's racing. So I may also have been given a sneak preview of some potential selections.
Oh, nice.
So I'm seeing a reasonable mix of opportunities across all the slots. And end of the day, I think I'd look to jump in what I could across the week. The reality has ended up being like, Mondays and Fridays end up being the most likely options for me to sit down and race. So I'll just take what I can get in those slots, which obviously means GT3 in the second slot, most likely continuing. I would be surprised if that is moved off that position. And we'll wait to see what Friday night comes with now that the GTE class has had this major update to bring in line with your other categories of GT and sports car racing. So it could be thrown in again. I guess we'll have to wait and see what the call is there. And maybe we had a decent run in that Corvette pre-update. Still haven't had a chance to touch it post-update. So that's always a possibility. But we'll see what we can do, and we'll see what we can do about trying to potentially continue to help out here at the club through broadcasting capacity.
I know the answer to the question regarding GT3 because I know you got an early start with work this week, so I'm just going to bounce across that. The good news is because of the early start, we do get to work alongside one another on Wednesday night, and looking forward to grand final night from the streets of Adelaide for the Legends and the Supercars. So that just leaves one thing to take care of, and that is giving you the floor to thank whoever you'd like to thank on the back of the success as the new Waste Options Super Formula Light champion. Mate, go well.
Thank you, Zach, and also thank you, Adam, for putting the broadcast together once again here tonight. Look forward to seeing what else was happening out there on track whilst I was racing around later on. And to the boys at Logitech GODBM, big shout out to all of them for taking part both here tonight, for Tyson, Lockie and Brad, as well as other drivers like Mark and Harry, for coming and having the steer at other points throughout the season, and for giving me some racing for the most part. To have to earn my positions all the same when it happened. And to the rest of the boys racing either elsewhere in the club or just in the team at this stage, big shout out to all of them. And to Dan Hall, who's the marketing manager, I believe it is. Pardon me if I got the job title wrong, Dan. At Logitech G here in Australia, big thanks to him to agreeing to the pitch from Tom Wilkinson to come on board as our title sponsor of the team. Looking forward to what we can do for Logitech and what Logitech can do with us. Going forward here, it's all it'll come together as it comes together, I guess. But it's a great opportunity for our guys, and hopefully something that we can take through this year in full stride and see what happens after that. But of course, also to iLiveries, whilst we don't have the paint on the SFL just yet, look forward to seeing that purple and yellow back out in due course from Wandy there over in Spain, and also to a Revolution Race Gear will still be a major partner for the team going forward. And then just really quickly, there are other team partners of Incosi Engineering Solutions, Hybrid Racing Simulations, Sam Blacklock Media, and Hybrid Tune, Demon Tweaks, and Fight CRC, all sort of still getting their place on the car. And I think with that, I'll probably rattle off enough things. So a big thanks to everyone who took part in the season. And look, what it may be on a Monday night, we will wait and see. And to those who I'll be racing alongside, hopefully for AOWN, good luck. Let's put our best foot forward as a club and see what we can do out there next Tuesday night.
I've got my own ideas and thoughts, but again, I'm not in a position to sway judgment. Well done, mate. I mentioned the race-by-race results. There it is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, by virtue of round results, what it all means. Yeaman picked up 2 round wins, 4 seconds, 3 thirds along the way in 10 rounds. Only once did he finish off the podium, and that was back in round 1. So the only way was up. and up to the top of the summit it was. 52 points the margin in the end over the bloke we're about to hear from, Sam Chapman. Ryan Jones in for third on 407 points, 348 for Adam Funslow, 318 for Christopher Henn, and Luke Brooker 312, Marcus Watson 285, Scott Hasler 251, 203 for Brendan Grosh and Kevin Wakefield 201. The obvious disappointment in all of that is 7th, 8th and 9th. We didn't see them through much of the back half of the campaign, but they did the damage early enough to grab themselves a top 10 finish, Adam.
The other takeaway there is Chepo tonight only finished 5 points ahead of Jonesy, so that second last lap incident would have been even worse if he actually got some race ending damage or lost a few more spots. Would have swapped spots with Jonesy again, so got away with one there for old Chepo.
Indeed, he did. And we'll hear from him in just a moment. Yeaman, go and enjoy the celebrations, mate. Well done. And we'll see you for the AOWN next week, but also for the Supercars on Wednesday night in the commentary block. Go well.
Cheers, Zach. Cheers, Adam. And forward to hearing what you have to say later, Sam.
Well, actually, stay there. You'll hear from him right now. Because whilst we switch servers, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stay live. Starting to have some serious doubts as to whether or not I'm going to make it through the GT3s without having to give you an onboard lap so I can conduct a pit stop of my own. However, let's go and have a chat to Sam Chapman right now. Chappo, what are you doing crashing in a straight line? This isn't Formula V.
Mate, I'm tired, all right? Tired. I couldn't be arsed getting in the sim. I'm sweating like a fat kid in a marathon.
I love it.
It's been a lot.
Oh, good. Hey, talk to me about that from your standpoint. I mean, obviously, second of the championship, bridesmaid again. We know that is a tagline you'd like to shake off at some point. Not to be on this occasion, but you did enough to see off the threat of Jonesy. And I guess you're very lucky in the sense that that mechanical black flag didn't have to be observed in race. You had 3 laps at your leverage. There was only one left. It wasn't damage that ruled you out of being able to complete the race. So where there's pros, there's cons. Very fortunate in the way in which that played out, but not the way you wanted to see that battle finish, because that was an absolute blinder between you and Lockie Cable.
Yeah, no, it was an unfortunate way for that battle to finish. I looked back at it and we both sort of converged lines, and then it was a bunch of netcode and crap that went on with that as far as connection was concerned. So, yeah, it was unfortunate, but fortunately, I guess, you know, knowing the mechanics of the game and that you can still go around for an extra lap with a meatball, I'd use that to my advantage. And yeah, it was obviously also quite fortunate that Jonesy had dropped to 4th. I thought that was probably gone until I saw him in 4th there, and that was part of why I was fighting for that position as hard as I was too, because I thought it might be relatively important at the end of the day. So yeah, I was lucky to hold on to it. Lockie Cable was coming home like a freight train, so was surprising to hold on to it really while I sort of ambled around in my own world, but was able to put a bit of a defence on.
Well, that's exactly right, mate. From your standpoint, obviously tired, worn out, jaded, all that sort of stuff. We know why you've been busy with South Australian politics, and we won't delve into that too much because, let's be honest, we haven't got time, and nor do I need to hear you beating your own drum. However, in saying all of that, how much of an impact has that had on preparation for tonight, and how much does that play a role? We all drive fatigue from time to time, Chubbo, but there's something to be said about when you're out there in the thick of it. It just kicks in that extra 10 or 15%, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it does, and particularly when you're in the wet in a twitchy car like this, you know, you just sort of hop in and go, oh, how am I going to do this? Yeah, so no, the fatigue plays a part, and you know, the amount of time, you know, I'm still packing stuff up today and driving the campaign van around to make sure everything's sorted. So you know, the job's not quite done, yeah, I mean, no excuses though, really. You know, like Dan's been better all season. He's done an incredible job. He's been incredibly consistent and really quick when he needs to be. So yeah, congratulations to him. But yeah, I mean, of course, it plays a part when you're jumping on a bit later, and I sort of had bets that it was going to dry up as well a bit earlier, so I did a few dry laps. That turned out to be the wrong decision. I'd like to thank iRacing's drying mechanics for that. But I should have known better.
This is one of the better concession speeches you'll hear, ladies and gentlemen. In saying all that, there's no consistency with that. I'll agree with you 100% with regards to the iRacing Tempest weather system. We've said that before. So it took a long time. The track never completely dried out. There was that obvious crossover period. You guys nailed that. Not much else to be said with regards to that. Obviously, Dan nailed the point. The poor qualifying probably didn't help the situation for you. You kept your nose clean for the better part of 43 minutes. It wasn't until that contact with Lockie Capel. But in saying all of that, what are the takeaways? What are the learnings? Can you go out there and make yourself a 3-time AOWN champion next Tuesday night?
I never put it past on AOWN night. It just I seem to be able to switch it on those nights and work the strategy well and work my way forward. So we'll never write it off. There's some really quick guys in there, and it's always going to be difficult. But a couple of wins in a couple of seconds. They've been in the game a fair bit. So fingers crossed that can continue. Not sure we'll have as much support from other GSRC teammates this time around, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll play a role, and hopefully it's a track that I have some fondness for. Not sure what that would be anymore. Maybe an oval. I'm not sure, but yeah, we'll give it a red hot crack.
Last one, because we're about to launch into GT3. What's on the wish list for next year? For next term, sorry. For next term.
Some sleep. It'll depend. It'll just depend when I can do stuff. I'm going to have the Porsches on every few Wednesdays. We've been jumping in, NASCAR and NAS track races as well on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So probably having a decent one on Monday first up gives me a chance to jump in there. But I don't know. I mean, obviously Formula Vs. I'd love to see Formula Vs back. There seems to have been a campaign from some others for exactly this as well. But yeah, any of those sort of things. I mean, I really enjoyed the Legends this season as well. I think that I can't believe the turnout is as low as it is, given the sort of cars they are and the sort of racing they put on. So I'd love to see that again, but I probably doubt it given the numbers. So yeah, we'll see where it all lands.
Go well, mate. Appreciate that. Good luck with the AOWN and the Porsche Pro. Big week for you next week. Doubleheader 2 nights back to back. Hopefully we'll see you somewhere here as grand final week continues as well. Go and enjoy some sleep.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, Sam Chapman, and we step very lively, ladies and gentlemen, into the final round of Waste Options GT3. We'll come back to the championship points because the championship is already done. It's already been done by the way of Eli Donaldson getting the chocolates there, 101 points. Oh, he's magnificent. He's just about got the job done because he's already got drop round points up his sleeve to fall back on should tonight go to the proverbial. So Porsche lockout really of the top 6 with the exception of Alex Barrelon. Hang on. Sorry, what did you say, Adam? Full roll-up lap? How come? When did this happen? When has this ever been a thing for Road America? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just stretch out a long night of motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club by an extra 4.5 minutes. Oh boy, right.
It must have been because I'm pretty sure Road America didn't even have the option to do a short lap to this. I must have added it.
Well, that's exactly right. I didn't think they did either. The interesting thing for mine in all of that is we can actually now go and have a look at a few different things here, folks, because it just means that the 90 minutes isn't going to start ticking until about 5 minutes to 9 instead of 10. We should have actually already been technically racing by this point. So the battle for second is on in earnest. Ryan Jones and, of course, Alex Barrelon. Did Jonesy bother turning up? Yes, he did, but he's not going to start in the top 10. He's buried in the pack. However, I can't see Alex Barrelon. on the grid here. So Jonesy might be home. Nick Wood on 289, 281 for Luke Page. Those guys will duke it out for the final spots in the top 5 in this series. And Jeff Adams is looming large as well. Paul Rogers, 225. Then Alan Dawson, Jordan Pianazzola and Aaron Schotter. Porsches, there are 7 of them in the 10. There's an Aston, a BMW and a Ford as well. The circuit, 6.5 kilometres of pure horsepower heaven. But it is a costly invoice to pay if you make a mistake here and get it wrong, because there's concrete waiting right around the edges of the real estate off the grass there. And you don't have a small off at this venue. It's usually a fast excursion, and you become a passenger and it becomes very difficult to pull the race car up. You end up in the concrete and end up on the tow road. There's never a small crash at Road America. We are racing at 3:03 local server time. Of course, the Americans now observing that progressive civilised concept of daylight saving. At March 22, 2026, 18 km/h winds in a mostly west to southwesterly direction, 18 degrees the ambient, 26 on track, clear conditions. It's a dry but cool day in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Good to tell you that there are 20... Oh, hang on. Eli Donaldson's on the tow road. Eli Donaldson's on the tow road. Was due to start 11th. It's going to start from the rear of the grid. Going to start from pit lane. Going to give everybody a running jump. I guess just to prove a point, just to see if he's that good that he can actually tear his way through the field and win this on a 2-stop from the back. Daniel Evans and Simon Cox will share the front row of the grid. It's a Mustang 1, 2 and 4 with Wayne Hewitt alongside the Mercer Shane Clancy on the second row. Third row, Luke Page, Alex Barrelon. Oh, hang on. Barrelon's out there in a Porsche. He's listed as a Mustang on my sheet, so he's getting slugged for an invoice, isn't he? Ooh, spicy. Rob Hill, Jeff Adams, row 4, Paul Rogers, Luke King, row 5. Donaldson was due to start on row 6, but won't. So everybody moves up a spot. Vinnie Ewan, Matt Schmidtke, Jonas Deggan share the 7th row, well, we're supposed to. Alan Dawson and Ryan Jones the 8th. Nick Wood, Rodney Golan, Richard King, Bradley Ratu. And then over the page to Lachlan Cable, Connor Nixon, Dan Yeaman and Sean Rigby. Hang on. I was of the belief that Yeaman had an early start tomorrow morning and Wednesday morning. I thought he was on early starts with work this week. Maybe it's just Wednesday morning, because if it was a 5 a.m. alarm for me tomorrow morning, the last thing I'd be doing is ripping and tearing around in GT3, even though it is Road America, so it's very difficult to pass up the invitation of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, when the return means only about 6 hours sleep instead of 7 or 8. But anyway, good luck to him. I hope it goes well, and we'll try to make sure he doesn't fall asleep at the helm in the broadcast production director's chair on Wednesday night. We are ready to fire. It is a dead rubber, but there's already so many ingredients that are fascinating to follow throughout the course of the next 90 minutes. The 14th and final race of the Waste Options GT3 campaign for the Pro Split in Turn 1 on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club in 2026. And it's a blinder of a start from Daniel Evans. Trump of the back. Trump Whiskey Business Racing. Oh my goodness. And from the pit lane, Eli Donaldson's going to come out and already have moved himself up 2 spots. Matt Schmidtke's involved, Luke Page is involved, and there go Page's hopes of a top 5 finish in this championship, one would think. They're just lucky, I guess, that 2 of their contenders got through unscathed, Jeff Adams and Luke King. Can you believe that? Off the start. Richard King lost out in that. Well, Nick Wood actually did as well, so that is probably not such a bad thing for Luke Page. The margin between those two at the moment, 8 points. Jeff Adams is only 15 away from Page and 23 from Wood. If he stays where he is, he gets that deficit overturned tonight. And the other thing you've got to consider, Adam Lavis, is when you look at their points accumulation throughout the course of the season, none of them have anything significant to fall back on should it all go to the proverbial here, which it has done before we even saw the green flag.
Yeah, we'll go back and have a look at it shortly, but yeah, that was obviously not the ideal start for a bunch of guys. Definitely a nice start for Daniel Evans. He's cheering. But one of those guys in about that fourth or fifth row area that's gone up the creek without a paddle.
It's a traditional open free-flowing racetrack. It's a brilliant racetrack. Off goes Daniel Yeaman. The Porsche doing Porsche things on the opening lap. Yeaman rejoins behind Matt Schmidtke. Jones under pressure from Jonas Degen already. Jones is up 5 spots on the opening lap. Capel's up 6 spots. Rigby's up 7. They've all benefited from the garbage. And it's interesting because you look at this racetrack, yep, lots of runoff area, open and free-flowing, not as wide in the bitumen stakes as a Sebring is. So it gives off a bit of a British vibe to it in terms of the narrowness of the real estate in which we play on. We've spoken about that before. And that's the second time tonight we're seeing crashing in a straight line. Unbelievable. Lap 2, it's a 90-minute journey. Matt Schmidtke's on pit lane. Everybody else plays on. Eli Donaldson will correct in just a moment, currently showing the bottom of your leaderboard. It's showing that he's down a lap, but that's just because the SDK timing hasn't corrected itself just yet. Dive bomb down there on the inside. Jeff Adams gets by Rob Hill.
I don't know if Rob Hill knows he's missing his front splitter because he's obviously got a bit of damage. He's slowing him up. But
moves up into 6th.
Yeah, he's probably just trying to stretch it to get to that whatever time mark he needs to get to make sure he can do his 2 stops and still make it in the end. Because obviously you don't want to be too early and cost yourself a 3rd stop.
There will be 2 pit stops tonight. It looks as though we've got a clean, fine, dry forecast for the 90 minutes.
Yes.
Excellent.
I believe so.
So if you're just joining us, we got underway about 10 minutes later than usual. So we're going to be racing through to about 10:25 Eastern, 7:25 on the West Coast, 25 after midnight on the other side of the ditch in the land of the long white cloud. Down the back straight to Canada we go. Vinnie Nguyen sits in 8th spot. Good start, Daniel Edmonds. Clean getaway in the Mustang for DPR. Some interesting storylines to follow here. Eli Donaldson given an immediate leg up with the damage sustained for a few on lap 1, plus the incident for Yeaman. 2 laps in the books. Edmonds leads. A second the deficit that Clancy has to him at the moment. Interesting stuff. 4 Mustangs in the field. Oh, trouble. Rodney Gollan coming round onto the main straight. Has had a big eat, loses the rear wing. He'll be heading straight to pit lane, I would imagine. Now, just having a look here too, Adam Lavis, one interesting element here for mine. So Donaldson spent 4 minutes 15 on pit road on the opening lap. He's already got himself up to 16th spot, -5 on where he's supposed to start. So half the damage has already been undone. But what's interesting about that, so there's a couple of things here, right? As we have a look, Rob Hill under pressure now from Vinnie Nguyen, and Nguyen down the inside goes into position number 7. So Hill hemorrhaging positions at the moment because of that damage that Adam Lavis detailed. Here comes Luke King down the inside. No, not going to get it done. And Paul Rogers in behind that, plus Ryan Jones and Jonas Degen. And interesting when you look at it, maybe that was a tactical ploy from Donaldson, because everyone else has burned a little bit of juice on that opening lap. Donaldson has not. Here's the replay of the start. Oh, we'll try to go 3 wide. So Rob Hill was caught up in that. Rob Hill was definitely caught up in that. And the 2 Whiskey Business Racing entries, well, unfortunately, the second of those was collateral. It was not teammate on teammate. Rob Hill tried to go 3 wide down the main straight. Watch it again. So that's the angle that Matt Schmidtke has. Watch the purple car, Rob Hill just up there. Safety car pulled away, and you watch Hill pull out of the draft and go for it down on the inside, or down through the middle, I should say. Nipping at the heels of the Whiskey Business entry right in front. There's the green flag now. Watch him go to the middle. And then watch the world fall apart for Matt Schmidtke. Got drilled up the back. He saw the incident, got on the anchors, And there was no reaction time for the car behind. Straight to the middle, gone. There's the contact. The Frog Leap juiced out, the Northwind entry, I think that was Alex Barrelon that was the other one caught up in that.
Schmick usually involved in the rear end, so he's been unlucky there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's unlucky for Whiskey Business as a whole. Two of their contenders gone early on. Whiskey Business, Matt Schmidtke's been on the tow rope for 3.5 minutes, or been on pit lane for 3.5 minutes, so that's probably his night done. And Rodney Gollan now back onto pit lane as well at the end of lap 3, so mechanical issues for him, as detailed there earlier by the issue for that you saw on replay there, where the rear wing parted company with the motor car. Daniel Edmonds fastest lap of the race, 202.120, which is electrifying pace this early on. As we make our way around. So, 1 lap in, 3 laps in, we're on lap 4, and already a fair amount of drama. And Matt Schmidtke has now been confirmed as the first retirement of the night. Dead set unlucky in the fair income department. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck, our mate Schmitty. And there's Bradley Rattu on the opening lap. So he's had a spin. Darren Yeaman's had a spin. Oh, jeez. That was a bit hairy. Rodney Gollan caught up. So he's had a spin. Yeaman took the evasive action required. Now this latest incident for Gollan was what brought him undone. Oh, wow. I'm a bit stunned by that. Here's Sean Rigby's view of the rejoin. 3-2. Oh, no. Rigby got on the grass to take the evasive action, sacrificed 2 spots in the process. And now we go back to Shane Clancy. Clancy under pressure early. Good to see Simon Cox back on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and the Barbecue Motorsport entry. He's there in position number 3. Wayne Hewitt, Alex Barrelon, and Jeff Adams make up the top 6 at the moment. How good. Clancy in second. Edmonds the leader. Cox is third. Hewitt fourth. Big moves and shakes right up and down this order at the moment. Eli Donaldson's back to 14th, chasing Connor Nixon. Good to see Logitech G Orbit Drop Air Motorsport well represented out there tonight. Yeaman, of course, sitting 22nd after that early incident. Nixon Cable also out there representing that stable. And Bradley Rattu too. So there's 4 of them out there, just as there was in Super Formula Light. Of course, our mates on the West Coast, Connor Nixon and co, being able to get involved now that we're a little bit later into the afternoon over there in WA. Ten minutes and 8 seconds gone. It's a 1 hour and a half race, folks. Struck yourself in. Could be a long haul, this one. A lot of, would-be potential battles brewing around the circuit, but not a lot of urgency being placed on track position and overtaking at the moment. Adam, everybody just happy to ease into it.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a follow lead at the moment, but as we've always seen every time we come here, there's a bit of a fuel strat happens at the Road America. Just seems that perfect amount of track length to fuel burn that it always gets a bit tight towards the end if you're not careful. So we're to see if these guys are just keeping an eye on their fuel gauges and making sure they've got plenty to fight with at the end, because it is a long race tonight.
Just getting some reports come through, potentially suggesting that the AFL will look at a twilight grand final for 2026. So we'll follow that report with interest. It's been a topical point of discussion for quite some time, but if that does come to fruition this year, it'll be interesting to see what the Seven Network opts to do there, because they'll have news commitments and obligations that they'll have to shuffle around for the sake of the grand final, and then obviously post-game coverage most likely over on, 7 Mate, I dare say. Daniel Evans, Shane Clancy and Simon Cox. 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Wayne Hewitt, Alex Barrelon, Jeff Adams, Vinny Ewan, Ryan Jones, Rick King, Lachlan Capel, the top 10. Good start from Capel. Driving like a demon. Driving like a man possessed at the moment with the red mist, which started to descend at the end of Super Formula Light, of course, after that run-in with Chapo, and now continues over into the GT3 finale. Eli Donaldson's championship, he's got that wrapped up. He's sitting 14th at the moment, right on the tail of Jonas Deggan, Connor Nixon, Alan Dawson and Lachlan Capel. So keep an eye on them. Here's Simon Cox chasing Shane Clancy, under pressure from Wayne Hewitt and Alex Barrelon. Hard to know what it's all going to mean for the points after all that, Adam. There's the bloke that stands to gain the most. He's running 6th at the moment. His name is Jeff Adams. I mean, given the early drama for Nick Wood, who's down in 18th, for Luke Page, who's down in 20th. Adams is 6th at the moment on 266 points, 63, I want to say, points behind Alex Barrelon, but we know that Barrelon is only going to score half points tonight because he's gone for the Porsche, not his traditional Mustang. So he's got to drop around for 32 and 22 to play with there. He'll probably, if he stays where he is at the moment, he'll probably still grab tonight's points and run with it, which might see off the threat of Adams. But yeah, all to play for with a long way to go here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Adams could fall just short of a podium if things stay as they are. A championship podium, I mean. Dive bomb here. Rob Hill's been cleaned up, has he? Yep. Oh dear. And the seas part. Cars go left and right and take full advantage of that incident. As Hill drops down to number 22 and Rodney Golan. Oh, don't do it, Rodney. Don't do it. Oh, no. That one actually a lot better than the first one. Not as bad.
No hard.
No, and rear wing still keeping intact, staying on the race car.
I think he's probably gone for a bit too much low wing there to try to get that slip from straight. It's just got the aero balance a little bit off for this second last corner here, I think. So just catching him out.
Up onto the main straight we go now, and Simon Cox there in 3rd spot. Picking up pretty much where he left off all those terms, years, months, weeks, whatever ago. The last time we saw him on the platforms of the GSRC in the GT3 Pro Split. But aboard a Mustang these days. Different team colours as well. Angry Pepper with Wayne Hewitt. And good to see him out there. You always get a couple of cameo appearances this time of the term, Adam. I love it.
Well, late returning club member, right? Is good to see people getting back into it.
Absolutely. Hmm. 15 minutes gone. 2 compulsory pit stops tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Try and keep it as up vibe and as interesting as we possibly can. Do stay with us post-race. Full results. All the ins and outs of how it all wrapped up in both the Pro-Am and the Am split as well. On Thursday night, we will have full coverage from the Porsche Elite Cup finale as well. The amateur split race 1, the open split second race, and the Pro Elite split feature. All coming your way Thursday night, 8:55 Eastern Daylight Time. So make note of that, because on the back end of that, about 11 o'clock Eastern, we'll kick it up a gear and go into the GT4 finale from the Nürburgring in Germany. The Grand Prix course, thankfully, so it won't be 10 minutes of overtime with that one. Friday night, the boys are off to the Circuit de la Sarthe for 90 minutes of GTE action. Cool. Off goes Simon Cox.
Oh, he's disappeared.
At turn 14. He's disappeared off the face of the planet. Cox has had a packet loss issue. Barrelon goes into 4th. Jeff Adams to 5th. Barrelon's chasing Wayne Hewitt at the moment. Adams is under pressure from Newen. Newen to the inside. Newen to the inside of Adams. There's P5. Adams was 5th momentarily. And Donaldson now back to where he was supposed to start in the first place. So it only took him 17 minutes, 8 laps, but now we can get on with his night. I didn't get a chance to finish making the point. Manufacturer breakdown tonight. Interesting reading this. 2 Mercs, a Bimmer, 4 Mustangs, a McLaren, and everything else is Porsche. 5th through 13th at the moment, so that's 9, is all Porsche. Radu makes 10, Yeaman Page 11, 12, Golan Schmidtke 13, 14. So 14 Porsches out there tonight. One's obviously already parked up and done. We know that. Rob Hill, Rodney Golan have already been to pit lane their first time through. Golan's hoping that he won't have to stop a third time, but I seriously doubt that. Rob Hill might be a little bit luckier with where he stopped at the end of the 11th minute. The interesting thing for mine in all of that
the Kings is... boxed in.
How about that from Lockie Capel and Connor Nixon? Elbows out, gloves off racing from the Logitech G-Orbit Drop Air Motorsport stable, going up on the Whiskey Business Racing entry and going up to 8th and 9th. King relegated to 10th. What about this though, right? No Chev, no Lambo, no Audi. A lot of cars that would normally be associated with GT3 not getting any love tonight. No Ferrari, no Aston. I think in the end we got 6 manufacturers, did we? Ford, Merc, Porsche. No, 5. Only 5 manufacturers out there tonight. Quite extraordinary. Off goes Sean Rigby. Acura's the other one we're not. So no Aston, no Acura, no Audi, no Ferrari, no Chev.
There's so many McLarens this season, but there's one.
Yeah, exactly. Pointing the wrong way, unfortunately. The only time it's getting screen time at the moment. Dear, oh dear. Wayne Hewitt. In position number 3 right now, having a good almighty run. Continuing to remain under the threat, under pressure from Alex Barrelon. Vinnie Newen in 5th has Jeff Adams for company. Ryan Jones runs a lonely 7th at the moment, but he's going to try and latch on with Jeff Adams and Vinnie Newen. He's only a second off Adams at the moment. And Capel, Nixon and King still keeping one another company. Eli Donaldson fast-tracking them down too, so watch out when Donaldson does close in there.
And also confirmation too. Alex actually, he did not mean to join the Porsche. It's a mistake. So unfortunately, he's misclicked and just unfortunately grabbed the wrong keys essentially. And basically when the server launched, he was in the Discord chat asking if there was any way of being removed so he could change cars. So unfortunately, that's not something iRacing allows you to do. Once you join a server, that's you in, and whatever you're in, you're in.
Yeah, that's fair. I get that. Onto the main straight we go. Here comes Wayne Hewitt. We've seen so many people fall foul of that before. It's a simple little 1%, ingredient, bit of detail, error, all those things. It's one of those little ones that trips more people up than you would think it would. But how many times have you seen it over the course of 6 years? Too many to remember, really. Too many to keep track of.
It's used to be more of the old sort of UI style. The current one, it seems to be a little bit more because you haven't got a car selected and then it makes you go to a menu. But there is also, sometimes you get caught out because in the UI it scrolls through the cars to show you what is available. So sometimes if a Mustang was on that auto scroll there, you might have thought it was on the right car. But so just misclicked, and unfortunately, it's going to cost him some points tonight, which is never good. But them's the brakes, unfortunately.
Connor Nixon in position number 8 at the moment. Good to see the Logitech G Orbit Drop Air Motorsport entries. Not all of their paints and stickers kits have been updated, and Connor is Exhibit A of that, because you see on the screen there, you've got Connor running the old livery and Lockie running the yet to be finalised and formally updated livery in behind. Because Lockie's got the Logitech G sticker kit assigned to the race car, and Connor doesn't as yet. But we know, because we hear it from Greg Heaney all the time, Adam Lavis, and you would know because of the intel involved and what goes on behind the scenes at the Aussie Races table as well. Whenever you got new sponsors to accommodate, new sticker kits to do, depending upon how many different leagues and servers and cars and whatever else you're committed to, it's a god-awful timely process.
Well, it's a pro and con with the drop air guys, even though they do outsource to a livery supplier for the better of the sake of things. Is the plus side is obviously you get a high quality return investment. But the downside is that you don't have access to your bare files, therefore you can't make quick edits on the fly, add a sponsor when needed to just get you by. So, but yeah, so that obviously, I'm sure the new livery guys said this, they keep with the purple and yellow, so we're going to have a similar look to the current one, because with their base purple, with their little spec layer they got going on, so it's probably going to be similar. So it's just you need to add a few more stickers on there with the Logitech G on there, and it should be good to go.
They'll all be ready in tip-top shape and condition, ready to rock and roll for Term 2, which gets underway April 13, the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and we're looking forward to that. There's the Logitech G Pro. Sorry, no, there's the Wesky Business Racing entry, I should say. There is a Logitech car just beyond that, of course. Jeff Adams has got Ryan Jones for company. Behind them is Connor Nixon and Lachlan Cable. They'll come in top of shot there. They're chasing Vinnie Newen at the moment, and it's important that Jeff Adams finds a way by here with regards to that battle he's having with Alexander Barrelon and Nick Wood and Luke Page for position number 3, 4, 5 and 6 in the championship. Unfortunately, he's just gone backwards further. He's been passed by Ryan Jones on the inside, and Adams goes back in to 7th now. So now that releases Jones to go and have a look at Vinnie Newen. And Newen there in 5th spot. Unfortunately, no threat to Alex Barrelon, because Barrelon's 10 seconds up the road right now. Nixon and Kate will dive to pit lane at the end of lap 12. Here we go, boys. Now it's on. Are you surprised by these guys going as early as they have, Adam? I mean, Sean Rigby did go at the end of lap 11, but I would argue, with no disrespect to Sean, he's not necessarily in contention here.
It's not necessarily a surprise. It could be, it is a bit spread out towards the back there, but there's plenty of gaps. So, good chance they'll come out with relatively clean air. But yeah, just a matter of just trying to shake up, basically take themselves off the radar of these guys, so they're not in the same, like basically not as easily trackable of where they are on track, and maybe they can sneak up in the pit phase and join this group of 3 right here.
Capel and Nixon both in and out in about 20 and 21 seconds respectively here. Good run from him, from both of them so far.
Yeah, this is much like with our regular hour races with the 2 stops. There is also 2 stops in this race, but to accommodate that, the fuel tank's got a slightly larger capacity, so they can go a little bit further tonight than they normally would, which also does mean that they will have enough time to do 4 tyres if they choose with a full tank of fuel, but they'll be only taking a full tank of fuel on one of their 2 stops.
Still haven't located. Oh, that's a good bit of driving from Ryan Jones, but an equally better Good driving from Vinnie Nguyen there. That's impressive from Nguyen. Holding the outside at Canada and saying to Ryan Jones, reset and have another crack, mate. Go again. Really good, forceful driving there from Vinnie Nguyen to retain his spot, position number 5. Not often do you see that. And that'll deter Jones a little bit. That'll unnerve him a little bit, I reckon. The fact that he's got to recalibrate and reset and go again. Costs him a little bit of time too.
I'm sure he'll be fine. I think I held him up enough on Saturday night, and he's probably sick of being behind him. He's in some battles where he's always behind a slightly slower car, and just needs to get himself up the front in the qualifying.
Indeed. Luke Page to pit lane now as well. Right on board with Ryan Jones, still trying to get by Vinnie Nguyen.
Oh, it was wide.
Yep, that's going to... the door wasn't open far enough. Jonesy had a sniff, he had a look, he had a lunge. And then he got balked and had to get out of it. Now Nguyen's vulnerable. Jonesy will reset, ready for Canada corner this time through. Nguyen's alert to it. Fully aware of the presence of Jones and defends to the inside at Canada. Jonesy pulls out, last minute, down the inside. Barrelon's, whoa, Nguyen's wide, sorry, and in the gravel. There was contact. Wowee! Jones goes through, but not without some controversy and drama. We'll need to have another look at that, Adam. My goodness. You saw what Jonesy was doing. He was happy to play the game and go wide and allow Nguyen to defend. Until he wasn't. But Nguyen drove mid-track and Jonesy was like, the door's open just far enough.
I think Vinny's call we didn't have a look at, so race control will have a look at that one.
More to come, more to follow from that one. Now Jones is vulnerable to Adams and Nguyen is under pressure from Donaldson. Donaldson is already back to 8th. Have a look at this. Went to the inside, deep. Nguyen's gone wide and Jonesy had not been able to pull it up enough to avoid contact. So I can sense a time penalty potentially coming the way there of Ryan Jones. Don't want to make judgments on race control's behalf, but I'm sure they will be looking at that one feverishly. Wayne Hewitt, meanwhile, has driven a relatively smooth, relatively, calm and controlled opening stint, albeit with the shadow of Alex Barrelon looming behind. It's been quite uneventful, but yeah, the onus is on Barrelon to make hay while the sun shines here.
Well, the other thing too, which is interesting, is we've got a non-Porsche podium currently, and then the leader of the Porsche brigade is the person who's not meant to be driving a Porsche.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
What are all the regular Porsche drivers doing?
And the interesting thing in all of that as well, well, I mean, Eli Donaldson was starting from the pit lane, that's what he was doing. The other interesting thing in all of that is Rob Hill, Connor Nixon, Lachlan Cable, with Page on the goal and have all stopped already. Sean Rigby's retired, third retirement of the race, assuming that Simon Cox is not going to be able to reappear anytime soon due to either an internet packet loss or a power outage or something sinister. Ryan Jones comes to pit lane that time through. Alex Barrelon continues now in 4th place. Jeff Adams. What's happened to Jeffrey?
Just noticed too, as I said earlier, that freaking tree has not been trimmed yet.
No.
What's covering the exit corner.
Has something happened to Jeff on that time through? Let's have a look-see. Well, this was the replay of the incident here, and Jeff follows Ryan through, I thought. Yep, all good. now have a look at this. Because we were analysing the incident between Ewan and Jones, and then Jeff has all of a sudden dropped 15 seconds behind Alex Barrelon.
There's nothing on the track.
And Ryan Jones has gone to pit lane, but Jeff Adams has not. And last time through there was nothing untoward about that. Interesting. Okay, press on. So, sorry, I'm just struggling to get the bearings right on that one. The problem for Adams now is he's going to come under threat. Oh, okay, sorry, that's me cocking up again. My apologies. I'm getting my two my Newans and my Barrelons mixed up. It's throwing me that Alex is in the Porsche. Of course, he was on track with Vinnie Newen. Sorry. Yeah, I've realised what I was doing. Last time through, so here comes Daniel Edmonds to pit lane. Vinnie Newen is still tracking down Eli Donaldson. And the fact that Jonesy stopped in all of that has thrown me as well. So he's coming at the end of lap 15, and just going in now is Wayne Hewitt, Shane Clancy and Daniel Edmonds. Alex Barrelon's going to lead this race at the line at the end of the 16th lap. And there he goes. Right, so he's on a varying strategy to everybody else. Big Cock Schmidtke out of the race. Yeah. I just saw that margin and I was like, hang on, what's going on here? No, so it'll be interesting to see what comes of that incident between Newen and Jones. That's going to be a point of interest.
Speaking of new liveries, Vermilion Esports have unveiled a newbie. It's a bit of a striking red and sort of like grey type style here.
Yeah, it's giving off the old Target Chip Ganassi vibes. The red. Oh, have a look at pit lane. Edmonds, Clancy, Hewitt, Adams, Rogers, King, Newen, King, all in on this lap. That's Luke.
And they're all getting tyres, look at them.
Yeah, all getting tyres. So everybody hurting on the rubber front tonight. Barrelon, Donaldson, Ratu, yet to stop. Dagan and Wood yet to stop. Top 5 yet to stop to cleanse the field first time through.
You go with these two that stopped a bit earlier. See how much they jump here.
And 33 minutes of racing, go make it 34. There goes Lockie Capel in behind Connor Nixon, and through ahead of Ryan Jones they go.
So they've been they're 5 seconds ahead of the battle they were 3 or 4 seconds behind. Oh no, but that's not going to help.
Nope. Keep it together, boys. Keep it on the black stuff. So yeah, I lost my bearings there for a moment. I'm just trying to remember the point before that. Assuming that Simon Cox isn't going to reappear anytime soon, that's 3 retirements, so we're down to 21. And Capel through to 10th on the inside of Connor Nixon.
Daniel Yeaman's pony's been a trick.
Uh-oh. Yeaman's in again. That's the second stop for Dan Yeaman. And in comes Alex Barrelon now as well. So Yeaman's on a 3-stopper now, irrespective of what happens from this point. Ratu, Degan and Wood also yet to stop. So there's a couple of things here, right? So Barrelon obviously getting involved in the battle here with on the racetrack with Wayne Hewitt and Shane Clancy. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because that could have potentially been Hewitt versus Barrelon. That could have potentially been Mustang on Mustang, even playing field. That would have been interesting to watch. Interesting to see how Barrelon fares with the Porsche, even though it was a mistake.
I think Yeaman's done the Greg Murphy and just jumped down the door of the bathroom.
Yeah, I think so. Yeaman's done. He's parked up. He's not really concerned at this particular point in time. He's got a Super Formula Light Championship in the bag tonight. He has nothing else left to prove. So Yeaman's night is done. That's 4. Ratu, Dagan and Wood return to the racetrack. So the recovery of Page and Wood is also worth noting with relation to the battle that they've got with Jeff Adams at the moment. Parking that embarrassment. Well, I was going to say, the parking effort is reflective of the embarrassment. Is it, Dan? I don't know. Oh, dear. 36 and a half minutes gone. couple of interesting points there with regards to Eli Donaldson hasn't yet stopped. We're on lap 18, so he's going to go 2 laps further into the stint than anybody else, and that'll be one of the benefits of him going and not starting behind the safety car like everybody else did, plus whatever fuel saving he's been able to do in the meantime. Rob Hill will be the next one expected on pit lane, apart from Rodney Gollan. Gollan's out of contention at the moment. Hill's sitting 6th, but sitting down there. That and having a chat that probably best... Having a chat that's probably best done while not driving. I agree with that. Sometimes that does happen, mate, and happens to the best of us. Trust me. Gollan out of business, but, you know, out there circulating still and sitting 20th. He will be due on pit lane at some point. Eli Donaldson's there now. Alex Barrelon under pressure from Wayne Hewitt. So Barrelon has leapfrogged Hewitt here.
Yeah, this is the, so we saw when Barrelon came out, he had a decent gap coming out of the pit lane. But I forgot the cold time with the GT3s now. So that start of that lap, Wayne's come out with the nice warm tyres after his out lap, and now Alex is just getting his up temperature now. So he's just trying to fend off Wayne Hewitt until he can get his tyres on an even pace, and then start out on without one hand tyre on his back. And now he's got the power of the Mustang in the straight to contend with. Porsche isn't bad in a straight line though.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because different circuits, different horses for courses, different circuits suit different cars.
The funny thing is, though, like Porsche driver will still say they're still on a straight line.
100%. And Alex will probably verify that tonight. Hewitt down the inside to 3rd. Rodney Gollan off on the run to Canada. Out of the carousel. So Yeaman's done. Bradley Ratu is done as well. Didn't see what happened to Bradley. This was Yeaman exiting stage, right?
I think it's his cold tyres, yeah.
I didn't see what prompted Bradley Ratu to park up. We're about to get a look at that now.
Might be the same thing. Cold tyres as well.
Porsche doing Porsche things? Yeah, why not? Consistency, ladies and gentlemen.
There's Yeaman's tyre tracks up the road, so a little bit sooner.
What started out as such a good night for Orbit Drop Bear, Logitech Orbit Drop Bear as they are now.
Oh, he's found the gravel.
Hasn't ended so well. Crunch.
So he was slightly wide, and other people dragged gravel on, and it's caught him out. Classic case of debris.
Correct. Good old debris striking again. Hey, just trying to tidy a couple of things up here. No word through from race control yet with regards to the incident between Jones and Ewan. There is a black flag out there for Dan Yeaman, by the way, based on how he's been parked on pit lane for that long.
I think that was more of, I think, assuming that was a pit lane entry issue. I'm not sure if there is live RC tonight for these guys. I saw there was a Pro-Am and an AM tab in the RC sheet. I haven't seen a Pro yet, so maybe you'll have to look that up for us.
Everything from this point forward will be provisional until race control gets a chance to have a look at it. Keep an eye on Jeff Adams. See, Adams has been the loser in all of that, unfortunately. He'll gain a spot back on Rob Hill when Hill comes into pit for the second time. That's known, that's clear. It's 15 seconds down the road, though, is Jeff, and that first stop was 27.82 seconds. So there's the mix of those that have gone short fuel, those that have gone mid fuel, those that have gone long fuel, that first stop through. Adams is one that's gone a deep full fill for the first stop. So there's that deficit to look at as well. Vinnie Newen down the inside of Eli Donaldson, if you don't mind, or up the outside, one of the two. Here we go. Donaldson under pressure, trying to get down on the inside. Goes back to 10.
Yeah, this will be Eli just trying to get his tyres up to 10.
Oh. He had another look.
Eli's got damage on the back.
Fair call. So keep an eye on that too.
Maybe
no, trouble. There was more debris being kicked up, but we're okay.
Actually, no, you might actually. Hang
on. Nick Wood in 16th and Luke Page in 18th. Jeff Adams in 9th at the moment. You're the man on the numbers. You may have. Here we go. Porsche doing Porsche things?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
into the
why
wall.
not?
Yeah,
Oh,
so right.
concrete.
Rear suspension is pushed in. You can see that rear wheel is not where it's meant to be.
No,
That's what I wasn't sure if it was the livery or it was, because I was trying to compare it to the other car, but the other car was black, so it made it a bit harder.
disastrous for the would-be champion-elect right here and now.
So, looks like the steering's straight, but anytime he goes into a right-hand corner now, it's going to be very twitchy.
And it will impact his lap times as well. So we'll get a look at that this time through, see what Donaldson's doing lap-wise. Remembering the leaders are in the high ones, low twos at the moment. Here comes Donaldson across the line. 2:03.7. So, no, sorry, 2:03.6 that time through for Eli Donaldson. So, yeah, not ideal. And Vinny Ewan giving him the hurry up as well. But that helps Jeff Adams. The longer Jeff can keep Vinny and Eli at bay, the better it is for him to have a clean, lonely, calm, controlled run. Stay well clear of the likes of Hill, Cable, Nixon, etc. Jeff just needs to finish high enough up that he does enough to overturn the deficit that he currently has to Nick Wood and Luke Page, who are boxed in, buried down in 16th and 18th at the moment. And that'll be good enough for 4th in the championship. The unknown is what Barrelon's going to accrue here tonight with regards to his championship points. Uh-oh, off goes Wayne Hewitt. On that note, and Barrelon goes to 3rd. Off goes Wayne Hewitt. Oh, no, it's not the engine. It's just tyre smoke and an immense amount of it. Wayne Hewitt drops it down the road and falls back to 8th. Advantage Ryan Jones up to 7th. And Vinny Ewan goes to 11th. Donaldson 10th. Adams 9th. See, the problem for Jeff is he's in 9th at the moment. He probably wants to be a little bit higher up to overturn the deficit to Luke Page and to Nick Wood. Again. Oh, no, and they're through. On the inside goes Rob Hill back to 3rd, but Hill is not on the same strat as these guys. He's in his pit window in the next couple of minutes. In fact, he needs to stretch it an extra couple of laps if he can. Otherwise, he might have to make a late stop here. He stopped back on lap 5. Now, based on the fact that Eli went 18 and everyone else went 17, 16, he needs to get through at least another 1 or 2 laps to be in the window. But even then, I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get it home, because there's still 45 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this race. So Hill's the unknown here, because obviously he's gone the reverse strat due to early damage. And what sort of an impact is that going to have in the long run? Again, the battle for 4th in the championship. All eyes there on that at the moment, pending that Barrelon can still finish here and take the points with him. And even if he doesn't finish, 32 is what he would take. So he'd go to 361. So, yeah, Jeff Adams would need an almost perfect night. That's not going to happen. So, no, forget about 3rd. Jeff is merely fighting for 4th in the championship at the moment. No Aaron Schotter, no Jordan, Pianazzola. And no, I think I'm right in saying no Alan Dawson. No, Alan's out there. Alan Dawson is out there. And Paul Rogers, last time I looked,
right in front of Alan Dawson,
is there in the Ford. But he was supposed to be in the BMW, according to our sheet. So another one only racing for half points tonight. So Pianazzola and Schott are not out there. Rodney Golan just needs to make up the numbers and take some points with him out of tonight to overturn, to jump Schotter and Pianazzola and jump up into 9th in the championship. Holgerson, Alan Holgerson, I don't recall mentioning his name tonight. No, so he's not out there. Reece Keene's not out there. Degan, King and Ewan all are 14, 15, 16. So those guys could jump up. So even though the championships are foregone conclusion, Rob Hill now to pit lane, he'll hope that that'll do enough to get him through to the end of the race.
Very highly. He's a mega fuel saving dude. Basically half the race.
So Adam, even though there's not much to write home about with regards to the championship battle, all that's looking pretty well signed, sealed and delivered. There are still some positional squabblings outside the top 3, outside the top 10. There will still be a bit of change in the way the leaderboard looks at the end of the night. The benefits are showing up, right?
Yeah, I think for Jeffrey, for example, I think this is whatever he does here, it's going to be one of his highest results GT3-wise, especially in the pro split. Pretty sure he's been close to, if not won, a Pro-Am split one. So now he's if he's getting top 5s in the elite split, that's just showing how much he's progressed in his sim as Eli goes wide.
That just gives Newen a little bit more breathing space for the moment. Newen, of course, going along nicely, but Donaldson running hamstring. Rodney Gollan.
Same corner 3 times. Oh, man.
Yeah. Points for perseverance, though.
He definitely must be running a not enough wing.
He's staying with it. There's a few people that we know very well, Adam, that would have thrown the white flag by now and surrendered. They would have said, right, that's enough, I'm done. But Gollan knows the top 10 overall in the championship's there for the taking.
Well, even with those speeds, he's still going to walk away with a handful of points here. He's still in the top 20, so still some decent points to put towards him.
I was going to say, Yeaman doesn't necessarily have to... what am I trying to say? Fair income. I'm struggling with my sentence structure tonight. Fatigue's kicking in. Yeaman's completed 16 laps. He's still in the server. If we go 44 laps tonight or 45 laps, 75% is 11 laps down from that. So technically he's only 6 laps, 7 laps down at the moment. He could get back in the server and still be classified. He could get back in the car, serve his drive-through, and still be classified. Such is the nature of this circuit, the length of it, and also the fact that it's a 90-minute timed race. Thankfully, we're past the half-race distance, ladies and gentlemen. Not the liveliest Road America affair we've ever had. Probably not helped by the fact that we don't have the field bursting at the seams like it normally would be here, Adam. Normally, you'd expect upwards of 30, 40, sometimes even 50 on the grid here. Not the case tonight. Let's have a look at the replay. This is Rodney Gollan again. At least he's picked a different piece of real estate to come unstuck on this time round, just for the sake of the highlight reel. Uh-oh, that's going to be, that's nasty. That's going to hurt a lot more. I'm not sure he's going to be able to drive that one away, is he? He's going to be crabbing that one all the way to pit lane, I think. Can we get a live shot of Rodney, please? Crab, 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 crab. Yeah, off we go. Crabbing all the way home. I applaud his dedication to the craft. That's.
Look at the camera now,
Watch the. Have a look at the drift work on it. It's giving off Jimmy Richards 1992 vibes.
But the problem is,
no.
is all this everything's giving him off tracks, and he's now got a black flag for off tracks as well.
Yep, and obviously the mechanic ought to serve before that, and he's just going to let these guys drive on by. That's probably the sensible thing to do. He will get it back to the lane. He will have to stop again. He will then have to drive through the lane. But again, as long as he doesn't finish more than 11 laps down, he'll be right. He'll grab the points required to put himself in the top 10 of the series, and that's the big picture thinking here for the Right Sim Racing entry. Daniel Edmonds, fastest of the race, 2:01.430. How about that, if you don't mind? Shane Clem, look at the advantage that he's got. It's a foregone conclusion for Daniel Edmonds. He's just checked out and taken off. Fifth and second, the last 3 appearances from him. And now 12.5 to the good tonight. Vinny Ewan in 9th. Under pressure from Eli Donaldson. Good fight back from Donaldson. Still wondering why he started from the lane, and we know he's got to get a fast repair when he comes in next time through, Adam, and I would hazard a guess that as soon as he's in the window, he'll come in and grab that fast repair.
Yeah, probably either this lap or the next one would probably be the critical lap to get home. So I'm sure you bite the bullet, get it done. And it depends. Like it might just look worse than it actually is. Like it actually might not be too bad to drive. Obviously, it's not helping him lap time wise. Given he's only 202s. But, yeah, we'll see how he goes.
Down the main straight. Well, and I think Willett was getting this tow from Vinny Newen as well. That's serving him well. It's doing him a service. Newen will be fully aware of the fact that he's doing Donaldson a favour at the moment, helping him save a little bit of juice too. 201.39, 387 more to the point for Daniel Edmonds.
Well, although he did do a 3 that last lap, he's been doing 2s, and his best lap was a 2-2. So he hasn't been losing that much time compared on what he's been his current best lap of the races. So yeah, it just depends on how stable it is to drive, whether it's got a potential to kick him out, but whether he wants to get that fixed or whether he's happy to just go and continue with his current strategy.
So lap 16-17 was around about the time we saw the top 3 pit. Lap 12 for Capel and Nixon, so they're in their window very shortly, the next few laps. Ryan Jones, lap 15, he won't be too far away from being in his window as well. Again, if we're going, I think we're going 45 tonight. The pit lane transit isn't taking enough time out of the race. I wouldn't imagine, even with the stationary time, considering that lap times are in the 201s, 202s. Let's see. Next time by the yeah, it could go either way. We might get cut at 44. If we're going 44, they're in their pit window at the end of lap 28. Those that pitted on lap 16, 15, etc. And the guys that stopped on 17 or 18 are in their window, well, technically now or next time by the line. Wayne Hewitt's recovered okay to position number 7, -3 so far for him. Good run, burn from the stern from Capel and Nixon, +17, and +10 for Ryan Jones. They're the only 3 in double digits at the moment as far as positional gain on the plus side of the coin is concerned. Rodney Gollan is still stuck on pit lane, so it hazard a guess that he's already burnt his fast repair, Adam, so therefore he could be there for a while and that could be him done.
Yeah, he had to put the rear wing back on, so he probably used the fast repair for that. So now he's doing the...
only had one?
Yeah, I think there's only one in the elite split. There's 2 in the other 2 splits.
Even though it's only 90 minutes, wow, there you go.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure elite 0, 1 and 1 for the fast repair allocation.
So 56 minutes gone, the end of lap 27. We start lap 28, and again, there you go, 28 times 2 is 56. So yeah, on that pace, we're not actually going to get 45 laps in. We've already burnt that 2-minute threshold to lap 28. Got an outside chance of 44 though, because we can take this race up to about 91 minutes and 58, 59 seconds really. Like what you saw with Super Formula Light, that went into overtime tonight. There is Paul Rogers in 12th spot. Being on board, one of only 3 Mustangs still in the race. Just recapping, Rodney Gollan out of business, Bradley Ratu out of business, Dan Yeaman out of business, John Rigby, Simon Cox and Matt Schmidtke as well. Golan, if he can get enough repairs adhered to on that car administered between now and, say, 10 minutes' time. He's got about a 10-minute window to work with here. Could still get out and get classified. He just can't afford to go more than 11 laps down.
Oh, the King.
Oh, jeez. Luke King. Good pick-up, Adam. Good save from King. Only pirouetting through, or veering through the grass. We're riding on board at the time.
Just clip
With the cars directly ahead, directly behind him, and yeah, just a clip of the grass on the outside, and it sends him across to the inside. Luckily, he's in one of those parts of the racetrack, Adam, where there's a good, serious amount of runoff area.
Well, what was more lucky is he didn't over-rotate too much. He was actually able to save it before he got back on the grass. So, yeah, otherwise he would have been... There was a fence there waiting with his name on it, and managed to avoid that. Now it's just a matter of regaining that composure and trying to latch back onto these two.
32 minutes gone. Oh, sorry, 32 minutes to go, I should say. 58 minutes gone. Monday night motorsport thanks to Waste Options. Trophy AI Supercar finale Wednesday night. The entree, of course, the Legends Cup. And we're looking forward to that with thanks to merch.tgsrci.com. There's Eli Donaldson deciding the time is now to make his way by Vinny Ewan, and that one ends a lot cleaner than the incident between Ewan and Jones did earlier on in the piece as well. So Donaldson through to 9th. Is he in the window? You would argue yes. Is he coming to the pit lane? Wayne Hewitt is. Eli is as well.
Rear suspension be dead. I'm still going to make a move.
Connor Nixon just lit up the off-track alert, but he's okay. In comes Donaldson. Wayne Hewitt, Eli Donaldson on pit road.
Let's see if he's got this fast.
Rodney Golan's back out after 7 minutes on the pit lane too. On the tow rope, and now back in again. So he had the outline on, and now he's back in.
Yeah, he jumped in the pits.
So what the hell happened there?
Yeah,
oh, no.
he still had a black flag for his incident points.
Yeah.
So that the wheel popped out that wheel moved about 4 inches then. It's now back in the right spot.
And Luke Page into pit lane now too, Adam. So, yeah, that's race over for Rodney Golan. He had the green light. He was on his way out, it said on my timing screen. Then all of a sudden, no, he's back on the jacks, back on the tow rope. So, job done.
The setting is, if he's seen that black flag now and thought it was for a pit for individual, not realising he had it afterwards, that would be devastating.
Yeah.
Because he already had it from all the off tracks of trying to come it back.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. In fact, he probably racked up 2. All the off tracks, he probably acquired more than 1 penalty, I'd say. Now let's have a look. Paul Rogers there in 9th place at the moment. Luke Page has been on the jacks for 23 seconds already, and now out in 23.92. Dan Yeoman remains there. He's not coming back out. Bradley Rudder's not either. We're on lap 30 now for our race leader, Daniel Edmonds. No positional battles except this one. Paul Rogers and Alan Dawson. Interesting to note that there are at least 2 drivers we know of out there tonight in the wrong car, based on their pre-season or earlier season selection. Lachlan Cable, Connor Nixon, the 2 Logitech G Orbit Drop Air Motorsport boys, straight now down pit road, and they will complete their second and final stop of the night. And we go inside half an hour to run, ladies and gentlemen. So 2/3 race distance has come and gone here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Golan with that black flag, hoping to clear it now. He's got about a 3-lap window to work with here. He's got to get back out there. Has to get back out there and finish 33 laps minimum. So he's got about 6 or 7 minutes between still being classifiable, being in contention, and being bust. That margin that Edmonds enjoys now is out beyond 16 seconds, and Clancy to barrel on is another 10. 3 different manufacturers on the podium at the moment: Ford, Merc, and Porsche. And as I said the other night in the GTE call, or the other day actually, because we did it on Saturday, as you know, Adam, with trucker Joe Baldwin and I. One thing I said there, I stand by it here. Great to see that in that series, all the available manufacturers were represented in some way, shape or form on the racetrack. Same can't be said here, and we haven't been able to say it on too many occasions this season either.
It'd be interesting to see if next season, if that Porsche hype has died down and we get a bit more of a mix next season, given that we don't have any, there's no new GT3 next season, just a rebalancing or whatever the regular updates are for the iRacing. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of mix we get next season, whether there is a standout car or whether we actually start seeing a bit more of a regular mix of everyone picking the car that they feel most comfortable in. Yeah, I think what definitely hurt the season was the Daytona race right before our season started, and that was obviously the OP car for that particular race. And everyone just stuck with it, given it was also our first round of the series, and that's where they've all landed. But yeah, so possibly don't have that same situation for next season, so maybe we'll see a bit more diversity in the field.
Indeed. So Paul Rogers in 7th at the moment. Funny, I've just refreshed the feed here on socials, and I mean, obviously, oh no, trouble for Connor Nixon. Connor Nixon's had a biggie. Nixon's in trouble, and on the tow rope, another one bites the dust in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Oh, that was never going to end well. Tried to ride the curb. It's not a two-wheeler, Connor. It was up on two. I've seen cars flip from a similar position, going that airborne through there. Oh, no. Connor's done. Another retirement. The chips continue to fall. We're down to 16 on the racetrack right now. Let's ride on board. Let's go a lap. Let's go and do a lap with the race leader. Let's see how it's done and how it sounds aboard a Mustang. I would like to say that was a full lap with Daniel Edmonds, but it wasn't, ladies and gentlemen. Into pit lane he comes to cleanse his pit stop requirements and obligations. Everyone from second down to Richard King in 11th, yet to complete their second transit of the lane. Eli Donaldson has been in second time through whilst we've been watching all of this. And how sweet does the Mustang sound? At long last, it's the car to have. And Tenchi and a few others have proven that before. When you come to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, you want to be aboard a Mustang of late. The Porsche's been a good car, and it's proven to be popular and dominant throughout the course of the season across the 3 splits, but it certainly isn't the car to have tonight. In comes Ryan Jones, Paul Rogers, Alan Dawson, all on cue. Daniel Evans back out on the racetrack in just under 21 seconds, and off he goes. A run down to turn 1.
I think you got him on Jackson, so he would have taken on probably 2 tyres in. He could, he would have been able to take. He would have had time to take 3, but he was down off the tracks too soon. So, yeah, so he's just probably taken the load to the side, I would assume, and get himself into the race.
23 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. 23 minutes to go. So we're heading for a finish time of around about 25 minutes past 10 Eastern Daylight Time.
Led stat for the Australia-wide racing thing.
Yes, and probably, 11 laps to go at the line, I want to say. It'll be on Daniel Edmonds' accelerator. He's halfway through the 33rd lap right now. He'll get back to the line well within that 2-minute window that we're talking about. So we will go beyond 90 minutes to get to 44 laps, ladies and gentlemen, but we will get to 44. And yes, Australia-wide racing. Next one to lead a lap will be Northwind, based on the current trajectory. Clancy's in his window, so is Barrelon, but Barrelon might just run this a little bit longer if he can. He did take the full fuel. In comes Clancy now. That time through. Jeff Adams in 4th place. Good recovery there. He's still got to stop a second time. He's currently chasing the race leader on corrected order, Daniel Edmonds. And it'll be a rare opportunity for Jeff to actually get a look at the Edmonds entry tonight. DPR Racing, dominant in recent times. Great performance in the 3 championships last term, Trans Am, GT4, and what was the other one? Toyota 86s, of course, won by Andrew Dyson. Sorry, I didn't have that written in front of me. I just had to rely on brain power. As in come Jeff Adams, Vinnie Newen, Luke King, and Shane Clancy that time through. Barrelon leads a lap, and Edmonds goes through with a deficit of 19 seconds, but that'll be corrected shortly. And then obviously we've seen Ryan Jones perform rather impressively in many different splits or many different championships this season. And so too now Daniel Edmonds in GT3. Oh, that's trouble for Rob Hill and also for Paul Rogers. There was nothing that Hill could have done about that. The out of control Ford Mustang of Paul Rogers he was a passenger at this point, slipping and sliding all over the place down here. I don't think there was any pre-existing, no, I don't think there was contact in the end. I think Rogers was loose all on his own. We probably need a better look at that just to confirm, but I don't think there was actually contact. Here we go, Rob Hill down the inside. Oh, the call's just coming to race control, so that Paul Rogers is going to claim that there was contact. Let's have a look at this. Was it net code? Yeah, that's net code. There would have inevitably been contact, but that looked like net code to me, Adam.
There's a little bit there, but there's also, they got to look at the trajectory. See, sometimes you got to check whether the net code would have, what happened, whether the net code was there or not. So I'll have to have a look at that in the stewards room or post-race.
A code of varnish separating them. That was unfortunate for Rogers. But yeah, as I said, once he slipped right and then it corrected left and vice versa, he was a passenger. Yeah, well, that's exactly right, Dyso. And if you can't rely on the SH1T steering to come from your teammates, who are you going to expect it from? Round we go. Vinnie Newen in 9th. Oh, Barrel on the pit lane. Evans goes back through to the race lead. Have a look at Wayne Hewitt giving Newen the big hurry up. Finally, an action battle on the racetrack. Here we go. Very, very stale middle section of that race, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be honest. Hewitt on the inside. Tries to get the run off Canada corner. Have a look at this. Debris all over the racetrack on the racing line there between 12 and 13. To 13 we go. The run to 14. Hewitt's not going to have a look just yet, but watch the Mustang in the drag, in the draft down the main straight. The slipstream. Here we go. Up the hill. Nick Wood comes in to cleanse the field just about, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he does. He will cleanse the field. Talking about Rick Page earlier in relation to Jeff Adams in the championship fight. He's in 17th. Oh, well, that takes Nick out of the equation then, doesn't it? As far as that battle for fourth in the series was concerned, and he was fourth coming in. Jeff Adams only needs to keep it straight. He's in 7th at the moment, and that, based on my rough mathematics, Adam, that should be enough for Jeff to leapfrog those two and go into position number 4. Wayne Hewitt there. I can see that you're already getting the template ready to crunch the numbers for us. Get the championship points out there as quickly as possible. Post-race.
He's not quite put up until he's way fast. That's never pulling up.
No. Bad luck, Nick.
Actually, he did come close to pulling up. He's almost got away with that, but yeah, the fun police at the first start of the pit lane have given him a 40-second penalty, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate for him. But yeah, as I say, I can see Adam getting ready to crunch the numbers for us here, and because there's a lot to be crunched. Post-race, 3 splits, and obviously we want to get it done once, get it done right. It will be provisional because race control hasn't had a look at, or won't have had a look at the pro split until tomorrow morning. But at least with the AM and the pro AM, we should be able to tell you the final makeup of the leaderboard at the end of tonight's broadcast. 16.5 minutes to go here. It's been a tough slog. 1 hour and 13 minutes gone. Almost 1 hour and 14. We are watching Wayne Hewitt race Vinnie Nguyen for 8th on track, and this is on corrected order. The field is cleansed. We are racing to the checkered flag. Good recovery from Eli Donaldson up into 6th spot. That's the drive of the night for mine so far.
I've got some good news and some bad news.
Okay.
Good news, Golan's got back out and he's currently serving his drive-through right now.
Copy.
Bad news, I mean, he's out lap.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, geez, get away with it. That's it.
Well, that was lead, I think.
He was lucky. He was dead set lucky to keep that off the concrete for all various number of different reasons.
It was Jonesy.
Here's Jonesy on the run through. Watch. Bang. Straight through. Lucky that the seas parted for Jonesy in time. He didn't have to get on the anchors, balk himself, or obstruct himself. That was good. 8 laps to go up the line for Daniel Edmonds. What a night it's been for him. Has led all the way, has not been challenged. It's 18 seconds to the good. It's a victory for DPR on the way. And Jonesy's 8 seconds away from Barrelon. Capel's giving him the hurry up at the moment. We're watching Hewitt and Nguyen argue over 8th. Capel's a chance at 4th here. But Hewitt's closing in on Nguyen. That's what we're watching in the meantime. Wide went Nguyen. That'll give Hewitt the invitation required to get the job done and move himself up a spot. Hewitt to 8th. Nguyen back to 9th. Reset, go again. Back down the inside at 1? No. Hewitt goes deep and holds the spot, holds the line on the way through. Jones is still keeping Capel at bay. Ryan Jones is still keeping lock on Capel at bay. Capel will be hoping to avoid his second major incident of the night. But what a drive through the field it's been from him. Yeaman's been stationary on pit lane for 41 minutes and 30 seconds already. Everybody else just about done for the night. Connor Nixon done for the night. If Goblin moves up to 18th and can stay less than 11 laps down on the leader, he'll be classified in 18th spot. So therefore we'll have lost a quarter of the field here, folks. And Jonesy is under the pump. Rocky Cable, a great star on the rise in sim racing circles. And a good acquisition by the Orbit Drop Air stable in the off-season and before their deal with Logitech came to fruition. iRacing Smoke is impressive these days. Can't wait for Ice Skidway. I'm surprised that they haven't started a venture into iDrag racing, actually. Daiso, could you imagine that? No, thanks. I wouldn't be commentating it. In about 18 minutes' time, I'll tell you why, too. Just when we're past that threshold on the West Coast, 7:30 Eastern, Western Standard Time, 10:30 Eastern. 12 and a half minutes to go. This is the only battle on the racetrack, folks. I kid you not. And two good young blokes having a steer, having a crack. Jonesy holding his own, but Capel will use him to a point. He'll look to do some fuel saving behind Jonesy, and then once he reckons he's good to hit the gas and get going and wind the wick up a bit, he'll look to execute the overtaking opportunity. Remember, there's still an asterisk hanging over, or a cloud hanging over Jonesy because of that incident with Vinny Ewan earlier as well. Getting a good look at two Porsches in action. Eli Donaldson's 10 seconds down the road, but he's got 3 seconds on Jeff Adams, 5 seconds. In fact, Jeff Adams has Wayne Hewitt breathing down his neck now. So Adams is all of a sudden vulnerable to losing 7th, Adams, so that could have an impact on his championship points holder on. But still, 8th is a good result. A good finish to the season. 6 laps to go at the line. Clancy has had a relatively unimpeded run, a relatively lonely run. Barrelon to a point in the closing stages has as well, but he's only getting half points. Jones and Capel. Actually, that's a good point. I didn't think of this. Oh, Capel! To the inside! Does to Jonesy what Jonesy did to Newen. 2 wheels on the grass and still managed to gather it up and get the job done. And this is for the 3rd for the round. I missed that memo because Barrelon will still get 3rd in the race and 3rd on track, but he's not going to get 3rd on points because his points haul is going to be slashed in half. Taxed 50% because he's in the wrong car tonight. So this is for 3rd for the round. And it's the 2 blokes that have moved further up the field than anybody else tonight. Wowee. This just got all the more interesting. As far as the top 10's concerned, 7 Porsches, 2 Fords and a Merc. With 10 minutes to go in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
I finally got some more good news for Rodney Gollan. He just overtook Connor Nixon.
There we go. Finally up into 8/8. Rob Hill back to pit lane. We thought he might need to do a 3rd stop. He has to. So that's not ideal for him, and he's going to lose a fair bit of time there. He'll lose out to Jonas Deggan, to Luke Page, and to Richard King. With that early stop, unfortunately, it's compromised his run home. Wayne Hewitt giving Jeff Adams the hurry up. We're all waiting for this. We really were. Will Hewitt make a move? I mean, really, in the grand scheme of things, he doesn't necessarily have to take the risk because he's not in championship contention. Jeff Adams has 4th to think about. Barrelon will secure 3rd. we think, tonight. It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Off goes Jonas Deggan. Off goes Jonas. Now, where's that carousel? Yep. Porsche doing Porsche things? Yep. And he's still showing off the road, but he has got back going. So that's the good news out of all that. But I dare say he's got, yep, significant rear end damage. So that's going to be him to pit lane as well. And that's good news for both Nick Wood and Rob Hill. They'll move up a spot. So 7.5 minutes to go. Wayne Hewitt. Jeff Adams fending off Wayne Hewitt for the moment, but the ball's very much in Hewitt's court. Very much up to him whether he wants to launch an attack or not. Speaking of launching an attack, I think we've all got one eye on tomorrow, don't we? With old DJ Trump and Iran. He's given them a 48-hour curfew to conform with his requests and demands, or otherwise he's going to unleash some more hell. So keep an eye on that. Full coverage in your news services right around Australia. Then come back and join us for some sanity on Wednesday night, the Legends and the Supercars. So Legends will be a 3-race program, which is why we're starting 7:25 Eastern, not 7:40, from the streets of Adelaide. And a 60-minute affair in the Supercars. Looking forward to that. Here goes Wayne Hewitt. And Jeff Adams isn't going to fight it. Hewitt to the inside. Or is he too deep? Yes. Adams will launch back up. The over and under. The switch back. And Adams will go back. No, he backs out of it. Oh, there goes Wayne Hewitt. He balked. Jeff Adams did everything right there. And then thought, hang on. Maybe I'm a bit too cocky, a bit too confident here, and backed right out of it. Little did he know that he was going to get the spot anyway, because Wayne Hewitt spun, and he was dead set lucky not to get cleaned up with the momentum of the spin from Hewitt. Hewitt went the right way. He didn't go into the path of Adams. He went towards the wall. Let's have a look at this again from the aerial shot with thanks to Waste Options. Oh, my goodness.
There was definitely a touch there.
Absolutely there was. Wait for it. Here it is. Around the outside. Adams pulls out there, but by that point, Hewitt's already spinning. Adams was not going to follow through and try and go 2x2 through 13. And it's a good thing that he did. Adams gets the spot. The threshold, the pressure valve released, and Vinny New and Alan Dawson and Luke King have now all gone through, and Wayne Hewitt is limping. Wayne Hewitt has dropped to 11th and is limping his way home. He's in a world of hurt there, is Wayne. Is he out of fuel? No. Is he damaged in any way, shape or form?
No idea. He's going to flag next Tuesday.
No, mate, this seems like a strange one. So, unless he had a slowdown, I don't know. It's a strange set of circumstances. So, Adams to 7th, or back to 7th. Newman to 8th, Dawson to 9th, King to 10th, and now Rogers 11th. 8 Porsches in the top 10, 3rd through 10th. And the field being led by a Ford and a Merc. And the margin, 23 seconds. This has been the near faultless, near perfect drive from Daniel Edmonds. Good to see Shane Clancy back out there throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. And, I mean, I don't think we've actually seen him at any point this season before tonight. So this is a great result for him. 2 laps to go at the line. And Luke Page, up into 13th, has now gone by Wayne Hewitt as well. Nick Wood to 15th. So the fact that Page and Wood are going to gain a position late, that will make things interesting on the count back on the calculations with Jeff Adams. Edmonds up the hill, nearly 25 seconds to the good. will start his penultimate lap when he gets back to the line. He's just coming around Canada at the moment. Clancy, Barrelon, Capel, Jones, Donaldson, Adams, Newen, Dawson and King. We pick up Page behind Richard King to the tune of a second. Page would love nothing more than to get Richard King here in the closing stages, but the BIM has been strong tonight. And it hasn't been a straightforward race for Luke Page. Caught up in the opening lap squabble on the line with Matt Schmidtke, as was Nick Wood. Everybody's done their best to recover from that, but no one's got within an earshot, within a postcode of Daniel Edmonds. It has been a phenomenal drive. So, 2:15 left on the clock. We're now definitely on the penultimate lap. 6 retirements: Nixon, Ratu, Yeaman. Unfortunately, Logitech G ODBM 1, 2 and 3 on the retirement list. Plus the Platinum Racing entry of Sean Rigby, Simon Cox and the Angry Pepper Racing entry with that packet loss, and Matt Schmidtke, of course, with that lap 1 incident for Whiskey Business. Great to see Jeff Adams out there going for 4th in the title tonight. Great to see his teammate Luke Page recovering. And in all of that, Whiskey Business are going to potentially have 2 drivers in the top 5 in the points here. That was Rodney Gollan, about the 14th time he's hit concrete tonight. That might be a slight exaggeration, but it doesn't feel like it at the moment. Rodney will just be happy to see the checkered flag, I would imagine, Adam.
He's brushed it off and he's just kept on trucking on. So he's one of those people who's going to be definitely earning his points tonight.
Absolutely. Speaking of earning points, we'll be allocating them in 6.5 kilometres time, ladies and gentlemen. White flag flies at Road America. Here comes Page. Back down on the inside of Richard King. Thank you. And the subpar racing entry surrenders and yields. Page goes through to 12th. Good recovery. The only live battle on the racetrack at the moment. Meanwhile, Daniel Evans is rubbing salt into the wound of everybody around him. That lead is now out to almost 28 seconds. Talk about dominant. Last time round, 202.24 compared to Shane Clancy's 204.2. And 202.9 for Barrelon and 201.7. Lockie Cable punches out his best number of the night on lap 43. Whew. Not bad going from the youngster. But it's been all about Edmonds tonight. Another Mustang triumph at Road America about to be chalked up. Unfortunately, Wayne Hewitt ends this race a lap down, limping home. Rob Hill's gone back ahead of him, so has Nick Wood. 13 cars are going to get home on the lead lap. It's been one of the more tame affairs you've ever seen at Road America. The tamer 90-minute grand finales on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. A night where the championship was already wrapped up going into the event. And Daniel Edmonds is going to finish the campaign on the best possible note. 2 fifths 3 weeks ago, a second at Mazzano, and now, finally, he'll climb to the top step of the summit and claim a race win in Turn 1 action in Waste Options GT3 Pro. Daniel Edmonds and DPR Racing smash the competition at Road America in the grand finale. Magnificent. Yeah, that's the margin right there. That is Shane Clancy coming through Canada and turn 13 and turn 14, and Daniel Edmonds had already taken the checkered flag. The winning margin is going to be in excess of 31 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. flances up onto the main straight to see the checkered flag. A phenomenal drive from him to claim second on the night. 31.5 seconds the margin though. Alex Barrel on half points, but the Porsche goes third, and Northwind ends the campaign on the podium. Lockie Capel charges home from 21st on the grid to 4th, and Ryan Jones will have to settle for 5th. Eli Donaldson, the champion, will finish the campaign with a very quiet 6th, not without incident. The question remains, why the hell did he start from pit lane? But he didn't need to really worry too much going into the night. When you look at the numbers throughout the course of the campaign, trouble there, Jonas Tegan, when he takes the checkered flag a lap down. He's happy to see the end of that, and I think that ride off of the car verifies that. But Donaldson throughout the course of the season, 19th in round 1, the only way was up. Second, first. 5 straight wins on the trot. Rounds 3, 4 and 5, 2 of those were sprint rounds. Third in the Enduro at Bathurst. So a podium in one Enduro and not the other. A third and a second at the Nürburgring. 13th at Mazzano, a night to forget there. First and 6th last week at the Sachsenring. That wasn't a memorable result either, the 6th, but it was still enough to secure the title before we got here tonight. It was a long, foregone conclusion for anybody else to pose any sort of threat. And in the end, he is a worthy champion. He joins a list that includes, well, Matty Dench and a few others. Because Dench won 13 out of what is now 24 seasons of GT3 racing on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Harry Lillis has got a couple, and now, of course, Eli Donaldson joins a well-credentialed list of sim racers as a champion in GT3 on these platforms, and a very nice drive tonight from the rear of the grid after starting in pit lane to get back to 6th. So Vermilion finally reigns supreme in Waste Options GT3. Edmonds is about to join us. Hopefully we'll get some guys drop by from the Pro-Am and the Am split as well. Although that being said, Adam Lavis, if they don't, I don't blame them because it's a long enough bloody night as it is. Daniel Edmonds is here and Alex Barrelon's here as well. And I want to start with Alex, but I want to make it one question with him and then come back to him after I've finished having a chat with Daniel. I'll get to those guys in just a moment. Brett Bradbury started in the top 10, started the race with quali fuel. Oh dear. Yep, that explains Brett Bradbury's night from the outset. 31.5 seconds to winning margin here. He crushed them, did Daniel Edmonds. And in the end, only 13 drivers finished on the lead lap. Costly early for Nick Wood and for Luke Page to get caught up in that incident of the start. All triggered by Rob Hill, really. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of invoice he wears for his involvement in that, what race control deem it to be, if anything. And reminding you folks, this is all provisional until we see what race control has to say about matters reviewing the tape post-race. We didn't have live race control tonight. We didn't have Ryan... we don't have any verification about the incident between Ryan Jones or Vinny Newen either. So we'll have a look at all of that after the fact. And if there are any significant updates to pass on, I'm sure we can do that on Wednesday night. Dan Yeaman and I. He was one of 6 retirements. Connor Nixon, Bradley Radu, Dan Yeaman, Sean Rigby, Simon Cox, Matt Schmidtke, all retirements at various different points throughout the course of the race. Nixon with 15 laps to go. Well done to Rodney. Actually, no. What's happened there? Rodney's 14th incident of the night was a bridge too far. He stopped in the pit lane on lap 33 and did not see the checkered flag. He completed 32, not 33. Oh no, Rodney goes down as a DNF. All he had to do was get to 33, Adam, and that would have been top 10 of the championship. Wouldn't it? Surely.
What was the idea of points?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Another sting in the tail, another spanner in the works. I missed that detail with everything else that was going on, Adam.
Give me a lead what you're taking off here. So here's the Pro-Am results.
Andrew Neal, our Thursday night motorsport broadcast director and producer, getting a win getting a pole position there in Pro-Am for you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, you say results and I immediately go to the race. No, quality, of course. But Andrew Neil by 0.3 of a second. Daniel Piper, Sean Benici, Mark Apple, Matthew Gerrard and Jason Wilkinson, Paul Wood, Daniel Cheney, Brett Bradbury, Dave Oliver. Race. Good boy. He converted. That only by 0.4. Maybe we should have shown the Pro-Am split tonight. 0.4, that's an extraordinarily tight margin after 43 laps of racing. Neil Piper, Sean Benici, Paul Wood. So Whiskey Business have had an all right night out. Sam Woodhouse in for 5th, Jason Wilkinson, Derek Fitzgerald, Eduardo Zamora, Dave Oliver, Neil de Bruin. How many in that field, please, Adam? Can we scroll? Oh, good turnout. Good turnout. 29 starters. No Friend, no Ratu, no Pritchard, no Griffin. Ratu was over here, of course. And important to note that we had, in all of that, quite a solid number of finishes as well. So the numbers in Pro-Am have been magnificent all season. Jesse McManaman with pole position in a vitally important final round of the AM split from JD Dent, Braden O'Loughlin, Martin Davis, Kalpesh Desai, and then Martin Pedersen, Nathan Harvey, Brian Levitt, Tim Watson and Tristan Koch, the top 10. Race results, McManaman converts. So pole to victory was the omen tonight, wasn't it, Adam? 3 from 3 across the 3 splits. Jesse McManaman from Martin Pedersen, Nathan Harvey, Martin Davis, Brian Levitt, Edward Rollo, Braden O'Loughlin, Kalpesh Desai, Tristan Koch and Daz Miller making up the top 10. Post-race show coming your way now, live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, Night 1, Week 10, Turn 1, 2026, Monday night, Motorsport, just about being signed, sealed and delivered for another term. But it's just one of 4 broadcasts for this week of grand final competition. And we've also got the bonus catch-up replay of round 9, Wednesday night motorsport as well. Suffice to say, it got a lot better than the way it started, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't very good for the Whiskey Business duo, especially for Matt Schmidtke, who parked up and called it a night straight after that. Nick Wood, Luke Page, however, were able to recover. Wood didn't get as far back through the field as he would have liked, but Page made a late move there to get by Richard King and secure, I think it was 12th in the AM. Let's start by... I can't go to Eli Donaldson just... Actually, I can. He's just unmuted himself right in the nick of time. I'm not going to you just yet, however, champion-elect. I'm going to Alex Barrelon. What the hell happened, mate? I mean, that would have been 3rd on points for the night. Instead, it won't be because your invoice that's coming your way, you're going to get taxed, docked 50% points. You've gone and had a steer in the Porsche on a night where the Mustang was firmly the car of choice. You must have been very disappointed with that. A slight slip up. It happens to the best of them, though. There we go. I got you now.
Sorry. Disappointed is a bit of an understatement, to be honest. Yeah, just been testing the Porsche for Sebring with the team, and yeah, it was just auto-selected, and I jumped into the practice server, went to chuck on a setup and saw it said Porsche, so yeah, then freaked out, to be honest. But look, first of all, big congrats to Eli. He's been unreal all season, very consistent, just winning everything, so it was big congrats to him. But as for tonight, P2 probably maybe would have been on. I don't think I had the pace of Daniel even in the Stang. He was just ridiculously quick. But look, I love driving the Porsche, so it wasn't the worst car to choose, I guess, out of every other one. And top Porsche for tonight, so that was a bit of a reward. But yeah, big shame for the championship, and all I had to do was try and stay in front of Ryan tonight. I think I would have had second secured, so yeah, big shame, but oh well, it's been a hell of a championship anyway.
We're going to have a look at how that all plays out in just a few moments' time, mate. But before that, because I know Adam's going to be busily crunching the numbers for the next little while, and everything's provisional, of course, with race control to review the tape at a later point in time. But you mentioned preparing for Sebring. Obviously, that's coming up, I believe, this weekend for the Sim World on the back of the Real World equivalent last weekend. How difficult is that when you spend all the 10-week campaign here in the Stang and ripping and tearing around in that and having a lovely time doing so, then to go and jump behind the wheel of the Porsche? How are you enjoying that juggle, but also apples and oranges? What was the Porsche like to drive compared directly to the Mustang?
Jumping between the two GT3 cars, like the Stang and the Porsche GT3, it's not too bad. I think because I genuinely love the GT3 Porsche and that is my #1 car normally, it's not too much of a difference for me, like jumping between the two. But all season I've been jumping between the Stang and the Porsche Cup anyway, between tonight and Thursday night. So, you know, I'm sort of just a bit used to it. It's a good challenge getting your head around it for the first few laps, but then everything sort of just becomes a norm. As for the Porsche around here, really good through the first half of the lap, and then as soon as you get through the really fast stuff, the Mustang and the Mercedes with the front engine, it just has so much front grip through those corners and just motors down the straight as well. So sort of like a tale of two halves, but I think the Stang just, yeah, she's a little bit dicey around here in general, but it's definitely got a bit of an edge. But like I said, I don't think it matters what car I was in tonight. Daniel was way too quick, so maybe an extra position, but yeah, I wasn't touching Daniel. Did too good of a job tonight.
Excellent. Stay there, mate. Coming back to you very shortly. Going to throw it around the room a bit because I know, based on a couple of weeks ago when we chewed the fat with Jones for a little bit, a couple of people were rubbed up the wrong way about that. But really, how many times have we had the chance to check in with him this season? I'll get to you shortly, mate. I want to throw it down, just invite into the chat, if I can, Jesse McManaman firstly, and say well done, mate, because that was a clinical drive from you. All three splits tonight. Pole proved decisive, defining, because Andrew Neil went on and converted in Pro-Am, and you've done the same in Am, just like Daniel did here in the Pro split. 3 poles, 3 race wins. Does it get much better than that? You there, Jesse? Have we got you? I can't even see lights on at his end at the moment. I might, however, whilst we wait for him to get that sorted, throw it down to Lockie Capel. Lockie, how much did the red mist descend after SFL and banging wheels in a straight line and an open wheeler? That never ends well with Sam Chapman. But how much did that really motivate you to bounce back and redeem yourself in the GT3 race here, mate? And a solid drive as well from the rear of the field through into well inside the top 10. A very solid effort.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say for that incident, an eye for an eye. We'll put it that way. I mean, he wanted to hold me tight, I held him tight, and then we both, we both sort of drove into each other, and then we both died. So it was hard racing. I understand why I was racing for it hard. I didn't exactly appreciate being pushed off track twice, but I understand why he's doing it. So it was hard racing, and I understand. It's fair enough. But we all wanted to do the double tonight. I just got finished doing all my assignments for the first half of my uni term, so I wanted to try and do as many GSRC races as possible. So we jumped in here, I chose the Porsche and everyone followed, and then everyone didn't like the Porsche, so that's why I was the only one that raced in the team. Our strategy was good. I think going short, long was a good strat because we were able to get out the mess early on. But our strat meant that we had no issues on fuel, and I was quite surprised that everyone around me had an issue on fuel. I was pushing like as hard as I could whilst listening to some interesting chatter from another league, or the results of a meeting of another league at the same time, and that gave me an extra few tenths to be able to nearly get to Alex. Give me another lap and I would have had him for sure. But yeah, just too shy, probably 1 lap too less for what I was doing. He had really, really good pace in the middle stint. I thought he was dropping off due to tyre wear because I tried to do the tyre straight at the end for the most amount of grip, but it looked like it was a lot more than just tyres because Ryan also had the same issue. So honestly, to go from 21st and having to play mobile chicane for half the first lap to 4th, maybe 3rd, I'll take it.
Actually, you just jogged my memory because I'm pretty certain that another league was having a discussion tonight with regards to race formats for an upcoming series, and I was invited to tag along if I was free, and I said, no, I'm occupied here, I can't actually chime in, but I threw some ideas forward beforehand and said, let me know how you get it on. So I'll have to follow up with some correspondence post broadcast and if I'm a gambling man, I wouldn't mind betting that you and I are talking about the same series. I just saw Jesse McManaman's light pop on, so Lockie, stay there for me if you can, mate. Bring Jesse into the mix. Take 2, here we go. Pole to race win. Doesn't get much better than that, especially when it's the championship finale, especially when it's Road America, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I definitely just made it work tonight. I was just sweating bullets making it to the grid. I was having internet dropping out and everything.
Oh, right. Okay. So that whole we are a first world country with third world internet debacle again?
Yeah, it was like 3 laps ago, and I was like, come on, please just stay good.
Well, at least it did, mate. Talk us through the race from your standpoint. I mean, Adam's obviously crunching the numbers with regards to championships and all that at the moment, and it was important with regards to you guys tonight because of the 3 splits, yours was live. There were a few genuine championship contenders, you, of course, being one of them going into that grand finale.
Yeah, I hope it all works out because my first couple of rounds were absolute shockers. I had a bad race at Daytona and the Shell v Motorsport track in Adelaide there and just absolutely had a crap race in the wet there. So hopefully the drop rounds work out.
And this is the thing, right? I mean, that's not necessarily why we have the drop rounds. We have the drop rounds to cater for everybody having real-world commitments come up from time to time. But there are always people that like that format, and then there are always people that are going to, I can say it now because we're past 7:30 Western, there's always going to be someone that bitches and whinges about it. But you're looking at that and thinking that might actually be my saviour here, mate.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Just fingers crossed. I was so close to getting 3rd place last season, and I just got pepped at the line by a penalty or something.
Stay with me, mate, because obviously I'll let Adam crunch all those numbers, and then we'll come back once the result is known, so that we can get your immediate reaction to all of that. From the race standpoint, obviously ignoring the internet issue for a moment, talk us through it, because here Daniel's checked out and beaten everybody. He's in a different postcode. He won by half a minute, right? Talk us through how lively, how interesting the race was from your standpoint.
Yeah, the first couple of laps were absolutely hectic. Just try to do as much as they could to get out a lead from Martin, and just it actually worked out. And then my teammates actually helped me out a little bit. They managed to get in the way and hold up not purposely hold the other guys up, but like managed to let me get away a little bit and have a bit of breathing space. So just try to manage everything, try not to overdrive it, and just keep a clean race.
It should never be undersold or underestimated, the role that teammates have to play on a night like this when championships are at stake for the team and for a particular driver. And we get to this point of the year, there's always contenders, pretenders, and implications by the guys, or brought upon, I can't speak, by the guys that come in for a cameo, for a one-off, for a hit-out. They're taking away precious championship points from your would-be potential opponents, and in this situation, you're not going to complain about that.
No, definitely not, but Martin's been up there all season. Braden's been pretty consistent as well, so they've had the speed, they've been up the front there. So credit to Nathan and Martin for being so quick and coming back through the end of the race.
What's on the, I mean, obviously, before we know the championship result, mate, what's on the hit list? What do you want to see on the schedule when we get to next term?
That's a great question. I haven't even thought about that.
All right, well, I'll let you think about it. I'll keep the show rolling here. Remind me to ask you about that when we come back in just a few moments' time. I knew there was something else I had to come back to at 10:30. I think it was something to do with smart-ass comments that pop up in the chat thread, but I'll come back to that if I actually remember what the hell I was trying to jog my memory about, because I do remember saying something that along the lines of, I can't say what I want to say until 10:30. And it might have been in relation to Wednesday night, but that's a completely different matter. Who else have we got here? Sam Woodhouse, you're in the house, if you pardon the expression. Talk us through the night from your standpoint, mate. Nice to have you here.
Thanks for having me, mate. Look, I'm not really here to talk about myself all that much. I'll briefly go over it a little bit. I started 12th, got 5th, so I'm really happy with that. It's my first top 10 in Pro-Am, and I squeezed out a 5th there, so I'm really happy with that. But the reason I'm here is actually my teammate, John Wright, by my maths, has actually clinched the championship there in the last race, so I really just wanted to congratulate him. And sort of speak on his behalf. He's actually away on a golf trip today, so...
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because Righty actually had it wrapped up before we even got to this round. He did enough last week to be able to go to the golf day with a clear conscience, knowing that the job was already done, and he did have to sweat on the results of tonight to worry about whether he was going to win it or lose it, or have it snatched out from under him whilst he was on the golf course, mate. So we spoke to him last week, and he was relieved to know that he'd had enough of a margin, a buffer to play with there. Great work from him throughout the course of the season, but to be fair, given how hectic things have been in my world at the present time and of late, I would have much preferred to be on the golf course with him today.
No, you and me both, mate. No, I just wanted to sort of congratulate him and just say he's driven fantastically the whole season. Like, if you look at his results, he's just been mega consistent the whole way through. He's not necessarily been the fastest the whole season, but he's been mega consistent. And I just, his driving has been so commendable. So I really just wanted to congratulate him, and well, I had the opportunity to.
Absolutely, mate. Correct. Congratulations to him indeed. Our broadcast commentary production directing colleague, Andrew Neal's just made his way in here. We'll hear from him in a moment on the back of success in the Pro-Am split. He's going to pump the trumpet now rather than do it on Thursday night. I like that, Neely. Welcome to you. Sam, just to finish with you, mate, talk us through, because as you say, you wanted to make it more about Mr. Wright rather than yourself, but talk us through what the next 3 weeks look like now with a view towards what the team's got in store, what you've got in store, and what next term looks like for you guys as well.
Well, at the moment we're gearing up for the Sebring 12 hour, so a lot of preparations going into that. In regards to GSRC, I think we just sort of might take this time to just have a little bit of a rest, to be honest. It's been a hectic season, and just sort of get ready for the next season and do the best we can, really. We are looking at bringing in some more members. If there are anyone watching that are interested, feel free to drop me a message via my Discord. You can find me in GSRC. That's Sam Woodhouse, car number 84. Feel free to chuck us a message, and we can have a chat, mate. We're especially interested in getting some people in the AM and Pro divisions and just really diversify our team, basically. So if there's anyone interested in joining, now is the perfect time to drop us a message, have a chat, and maybe have a practice session with us.
I love that he's doing his pitching for recruitment on air live in readiness for a 2-week busy off-season phase. And on that subject, Paul Woods just slid into the inbox and he said, mate, I was going to stop by for a quick chat, but you look swamped. So he's basically said, fingers crossed I held on to second of the championship in his split, and he'll catch up with us later in the week. Woodsy, we appreciate the intel, mate. We appreciate the heads up, and we will endeavour to have a chat with you later in the week as time permits. Although that being said, Neely and I, we're going to be here till bloody sunrise Friday morning by the time we get through all the Thursday night stuff. So we might have a chat with you over breakfast. Sam, you've got a very whiskey business sort of Greg Heaney vibe going about you there, talking about.
I did race for him for a few seasons. So
that's it, exactly.
You pick up one or two things.
Yeah, you learn from the best. Yeah, exactly. That midterm recruitment there, mate. But let me ask you this one, and then I'll let you go, because as you know, got a few more boxes to tick yet.
Looking like I might have to let you go, to be honest.
No. I do want to ask you one more question, mate, because from a racer standpoint, you're ready for next term. I don't want to pick your brain about the rest of the schedule, because that'll all, obviously there's already been decisions made regarding to what the makeup of the schedule is going to be in terms of what category is going to be in what slot, etc. and so forth, and we'll reveal that slate later in the week. But I do want to pick your brain about GT3, because the calendar will become clearer for GT3 specifically closer to April 13 when the new term gets underway. What would you like to see, and what would you like to avoid in terms of the tracks that we go to?
I think I'd really love to see just some classic tracks, bring back Spa, proper Monza, not the one with the bloody, the loop-de-loop.
Oh, the Monza combined? Yep.
Yeah. And less MotoGP circuits, please. Something that promotes door-to-door racing rather than just following for a lap and hoping someone makes a mistake. I really want to see some big open tracks where people can battle for laps on end.
Crazy John Racing's just reminded me, because Crazy John's left me a message in the inbox. That's, of course, our good mate from Waste Options, who sponsors Monday Night Motorsport across the board and has done for the longest time. It's one of the integral, vitally important, supporters of what we do here. That's just prompted me. His comment there talking to you about recruitment, and Brands Hatch for sure from Sean Benici needs to be in there as far as tracks for next term is concerned. Good on you, Sean. I like the input. Crazy and a few others. Scott Jordison's one, Woodsy another, Pete Matson another. I will get back to you guys all in due course. There's been a lot going on the last couple of weeks, and I haven't had a chance to sit in Discord and do some stock take and housekeeping, so I will get back to you as soon as time permits, as soon as I get a chance to come up for air this week. And with regards to you, Sam, last one before I let you go, car of choice. Staying with what you got, or you're going to do some testing in the off season?
I think you've always got to do a bit of testing in the off season. I do really like the Porsche, but there've been a few others that have piqued my interest just while doing some Sebring practice, so I might dabble over the off season.
All right, mate, we're done with you. Thank you for that. I appreciate the intel.
Thanks for your time, mate.
Good luck for the rest of the week and the off-season and Sebring. We'll see you on April 13. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you go?
Oh, look, firstly, just thank everyone with the Send It team. Appreciate their commitment in helping us get started, and great bunch of guys, and they're committed to the cause, so I appreciate that. And then just thank GSRC for putting this all together and making it happen. And well, may as well thank you as well while we're here, just for taking time out of your busy schedule to get these broadcasts going. It means a lot to us all, I think. So, thanks, everyone.
I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the work of Adam Lavis and Dan Yeaman and Joe Baldwin. They're the guys that push the buttons.
Thanks to them too. I'll just thank everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got to thank
100%. Exactly, you're doing the Oprah Winfrey thing now. I like it.
Thanks, Zach.
Have a great night, mate. Enjoy.
You too, mate. Speak to you next time.
You will indeed. Welcome in here anytime. But yeah, truthfully, the guys that direct and produce these broadcasts, Dan Yeaman, Adam Lavis and Joe Baldwin this season, Adam especially has taken up a fair bit of extra freight with regards to all of that. Tireless work, dedication, we appreciate it. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without those guys. I mean, it's easy enough to come in here and point and scream and shout and whatever else it monitors and bring you the action from that vocal standpoint, but we wouldn't be able to do it without the work of the guys that work from the production booth. So a massive thanks to them. I'll get to some more thank yous a little bit later on. Eli Donaldson and Daniel Edmonds, to you. Firstly to Daniel and then to Eli. Because there's not really too much to worry about here with you guys. It's more everybody else that I'm interested in getting the views of. Because Eli, the job was simple for you. You'd already had the job done, and well done on that. But Daniel, you've only been here for 3 rounds, but you've made them count, mate. Second a couple of weeks ago. Chalk up one tonight, and what a way to do it. The most dominant way. Pole, race win, and half a minute up your sleeve as well. Everything that could go right did go right tonight, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was good. I remembered to pay attention and concentrate this race. I didn't do the double pit stops for tyres like I did in Nürburgring, and I didn't I crashed into it at the start like I did in Misano. So yeah, this was nice, calm race. Managed to pull a nice gap early, and then the second stint felt really good, and yeah, it was nice, calm and controlled, and yeah, I had a faster lap as well, so it's pretty cool. It was fun.
Indeed you did. It was a magnificent performance, mate. I mean, we really didn't get too much of a chance to check in with you because you were so far out in front. It was a Dench and Dyson like type performance, and I know your teammate will appreciate us saying that, considering that he's carved up in the Porsches this term. From your standpoint, obviously you've proven to everybody here that you would be a championship contender if the time was there to go and dedicate a full season of your time to competing. We know for a various number of different reasons that's potentially not the case, but the chance is there to ask you a couple of questions with regards to all of that. The Mustang compared to the Porsche, clearly, even though the Porsche was the flavour of the month at the start of the season, the Mustang's coming back strong.
Yeah, I think Porsche was only really strong at Daytona. With maybe the wet races as well was pretty strong. But yeah, I think if you're doing like a normal season where Daytona isn't the start, I think you find a lot more people in front engine cars. But it works out well for the Porsche guys because they only have to beat other Porsches, so it makes it a bit easier for them. And Eli did that very well, so congratulations to him. I think Mustang is the choice. Mustang, Aston Martin, Mercedes, I think sort of the cars that you want. They're pretty strong everywhere. It makes it easy when you sort of join a bit later in the season. I could just pick a car that I thought would be pretty good at these tracks, and that's what I did, and it worked out pretty well today.
Well, that's exactly right. Now, on the back of that, 3 weeks' time, fast forward, we're here for night one of term 2. Are you on the grid? Are you going to be able to throw the cat amongst the pigeons for the whole 10 weeks, or is the ability to do that going to be compromised again?
We'll have to tune in a few weeks' time and find out.
Ooh, oh, look at the carrot dangling, the teasing going on at this time of the night. Okay, let me ask you this then. You've already given us 3 cars of choice. Would there be anything to sway your judgment to go and have a play in something different, or do you reckon you've got enough leverage there to choose between one of those 3 again next term?
Probably one of those 3, to be honest. I don't think mid-engine is really the strategy at the moment for car choice, but that's what I think. And other people might think elsewhere.
And to be fair, you achieved some good things with that Aston last time we saw you compete in the GT3 series as well, mate. Okay. Obviously, you mentioned avoiding mistakes tonight. I know you mentioned pit stops. Let me ask you this. Tyre wear tonight, how bad was it? And did we take tyres at both stops?
Tyre wear was significant enough. I took 4 tyres at the first stop and 2 tyres at the second stop.
Yeah, and that's a varying thing, isn't it? I mean, tyre degradation between from circuit to circuit, it's been a discussion that we haven't really touched on too much throughout the course of the season, but it was particularly prominent tonight because everybody dived for rubber in the first stop. We've come a long way in terms of tyre degradation from the early days of the GSRC, where you could easily do a 2-hour race on the same set of tyres, part of the evolution of the sport, I guess. But from all of that, mate, you hit all the markers tonight. There's not much else to ask you apart from what does the next 3 weeks look like in your world as far as sim racing is concerned in the lead up to term 2?
Probably do some GT3 officials. I don't know if I'll do Sebring yet. Haven't decided. Maybe if I feel like it. If I don't feel like it, I won't do it. But yeah, pretty stuff here and there.
You say if you feel like it, if you don't feel like it. Is that more because of the venue or because of the time required for it?
Maybe more so the time required. But
yeah.
Yeah, Sebring's all right. Yeah, it's just motivation's been a little bit hard to hop on the sim at some stages. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Last one. I'll let you do some thank yous in the tick because I know there's a couple of people that you'd like to acknowledge. As far as tracks that you'd like to see are concerned for next term, I anticipate a trip to St. Petersburg at some point, but what else would be on your bingo card? You've already heard the thoughts of a couple of others with regards to that.
I haven't really thought about it. The calendar doesn't look amazing from official standpoint, so good luck to making a calendar that's exciting. Yeah, I don't know, just some nice tracks that are enjoyable. I don't know, I honestly don't know. Haven't really thought about it. Just like I said this time last season, just drive what we're given.
Indeed. I like it. Sound advice. Anyone you want to thank, mate?
Yep, I've got my list, and I've lost my list.
Oh, no.
My list is, so I would like to thank everyone at Staffed, High Performance Media, Lamprey Transport, and the amazing setup artists at dprdocs.gg. Once again, the best setups there is, 30-second win, subscribe.
No, very nicely done. Everybody's getting the plugs in tonight. Excellent stuff. Daniel, that was dominant, mate. Very impressive to watch. Well done. Enjoy the break. We'll see you in a few weeks.
So yeah, thank you. Bye.
Eli Donaldson, not the way you would have envisaged starting the season finale. What was behind the starting from pit lane caper, please?
Purely had nothing to play for tonight, so literally just had to not try around, but I know I still wanted to get a result, but I didn't need to do anything crazy or anything stupid to make myself look like a fool. So I was like, I'll just start from the back and just have a nice, relaxing hour-and-a-half race.
I like it. I like it. Interesting having a look at Adam Laver's crunch the numbers here in just a moment. We might be able to bring you the Pro Split Championship results very shortly, folks. These are provisional, of course, pending any post-race penalties from race control, which will, of course, come at a later point. But that's an interesting way of going about it, Eli. My thought was you'd save some juice by starting on pit lane, considering you're starting mid-pack already. Save some juice. Everybody does a full warm-up lap. We're still none the wiser as to why the bloody hell that happened. And then rock and roll from there. And to be fair, it was a good fight back. Not entirely straightforward. A little bit of damage sustained along the way, but you did enough to tick the box. And I mean, it was a pretty long shot for anybody to wrestle the title out of your grasp tonight anyway.
Yeah, plan was to, like you said, for some reason, we had a full formation lap. I was like 11th in qualifying, so I was like, there's no point doing anything silly. So saved a bit of juice. And then on that first stop, I was about 2 or 3 seconds behind Ryan and just wanted to sort of sit there and bring the tyre in, and then coming through the carousel just had this weird snap of oversteer and it pretty much just barreled it straight into the outside fence. So not ideal. Then had to sort of just backtrack what my strategy would have been to get it to the window where I could have used my fast repair and get back on the track. So it was all right, but yeah, we'll take it. Like you said, had enough of a gap over Ryan for not showing up last week that sort of made my life easy.
Yes. Yeah, well, we'll get to Mr. Jones in just a moment and why that was the case. I've got the feeling that I'm aware of why that was, but I want to hear it from him first. In saying all of that, mate, let's talk about the car itself. I mean, we're not surprised to hear Porsche doing Porsche things, the rear end of those things loose all night, and so many people falling foul of that. But let's talk about the appearance of the car more specifically. It's been painting season at Vermilion Esports. That's a striking new livery that you guys have got.
Yeah, it's really good livery made by Blaine Densley, so really good livery from him. And then I thought I would, I did ask if I could run a gold livery from the boys, but they said no, so I thought I'd just go with another touch and just add some gold wheels, just as a little memento. So, I mean, it doesn't look too bad, but I don't think I'll be running the gold wheels again unless we cement it early next season. But yeah, it'll probably be back to a black or a white wheel just to blend it in nicely. But yeah, liveries at Vermilion look really good at the moment, so hopefully we can keep going up with some good ones.
Porsche Pro Invitational coming up for the team in a couple of weeks' time. Supercar Pro Invitational already underway. What does your schedule look like over the next couple of weeks, please?
Absolutely bone stock nothing. No. I'm not talented enough to run in either of those leagues. Porsche Cup didn't really. I did a little bit of practice for it, or for the Pro, or for the Champion, the whatever Invitational, but didn't really tickle my fancy with how it drives like an absolute bongo stick or a poco stick, I reckon. Yeah. So that didn't interest me, and I'm absolutely nowhere in a supercar. So I will have a nice quiet 3 weeks. I think I've got maybe of a NLS in the next couple of weeks. I'm not interested in Sebring. That can go as far away as possible.
Running jump. Yep.
I don't. Yeah, I had such a busy last couple of weeks that I just time to sit back and just relax, figure out how to drive a different GT3 car in case I need to, because the Porsche's broken me and I don't know how to drive anything else. But other than that, not a lot.
Interesting insights from you. Now, on that subject, the number one belongs to you. You've brought yourself and, of course, Vermilion to the top step of the summit in GT3 Pro. You join names like Lillis and Dench and a few others. I mean, let's be honest, Denchi's got 13. There's been 24. There are a few names that I'm missing in there, but they're the two main ones that spring to mind in recent times. You join them as a GT3 champion, mate. Firstly, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to the team? And will the number one be running proudly on your car for the new term in a couple of weeks' time?
Yeah, it means a lot. Like I said to you a couple of weeks ago, I started this league probably 8 seasons ago, so two years ago maybe, and I could have dreamed to have been in the position where I am tonight, where I guess I've just had a whole season really just go to plan. I've actually been able to have the time to put in to be competitive and be consistent, and I had a real good bunch of crew around me to help me out with whatever I needed. I've got to come back out and defend the one, so the one will be on the car. Sort of an unwritten rule in motorsport, I guess. You've got to, I think if you win the championship, it should be on the grid regardless. So I'll definitely have it on the car, and we'll try and defend it. If Daniel Edmonds shows up every week next year, then I'm in a bit of trouble. But we'll see what we can do with the one on it.
I reckon it should be a white plate with a red circle and a red number, because really when you run the number one, you do have the target on the back, so let's make it the target. However, in saying that, it blended nicely with the current livery of the car too. Anyway, obviously, this point of the term, Porsche was the flavour of the month at Daytona. We've already got a fair bit of intel with regards to that. And an apologies too, Shane Clancy's just left the room. We'll endeavour to catch up with Shane at some point, because that was a mighty drive to second. He was actually next cab off the rank as soon as we finished hearing from Eli, but he's already shot through. I understand that people have got early starts tomorrow and all that sort of stuff, but we've got Lockie and Jesse still here. We'll hear from Andrew and Ryan in just a moment as well. Alex is still in the house as well, guys. I appreciate you sticking around. It is a late Monday night. It always is when we get to week 10. I haven't got too much more for you, Eli, because, again, not too much to really dissect in all of that tonight. You've answered just about everything that we needed to cover off. But a little bit of damage sustained in that second impact, but nothing that slowed you down significantly. It was a very good drive back through the field. Do you stay with the Porsche, or are you keen to have a look elsewhere?
I don't know. It depends. I've very briefly just looked over the official calendar. It would depend on what we bring out. I'll obviously be in contact or be in chat with the other VE guys and see what they would recommend running for the season. But I mean, I love the Porsche. I've gone from it's sort of hard because I ran the McLaren for a chunk of time, then I ran the Ford for a chunk of time, now I run the Porsche for the chunk of time. I sort of get stuck in chunks. So I mean, I need to give myself every chance to defend the championship as with every best possibility. So if it requires a car change just to be competitive and learn how to drive it, then that'll be the case. If not, then and the Porsche is still in and around, then obviously I'll go back to the Porsche.
Alex Barrelon's just left the room as well. Thankfully, we did hear from Alex briefly before we steered the conversation around. Well done to him on a podium finish in the championship here, but he might have just done us a favour. We never get out of here on the last Monday night of the term before midnight Eastern, daylight time or standard time, depending upon which term it is. We might make history tonight. Now, Eli, obviously, we'll look forward to seeing what the calendar looks like. We'll look forward to seeing what car you turn up in. We'll look forward to seeing the number one shine brightly on the Vermilion Esports entry. Who do you want to thank for the success of the term that was?
Just everyone at Vermilion Esports, Hymo Setups, Lewis, Greathead, and Ben with all of their stuff that they do in the background, and then Blaine Densley for 27 Designs with the liveries, and then thank you to you guys for the broadcast and putting this all together on a Monday to Saturday. Without you guys, wouldn't be a lot going on throughout the week. So I think, like Sam said, everyone here, we'll appreciate the effort you guys put in and provide us with a racing league where we can go and biff panels with each other every week.
Absolutely, and we love it as well, mate. We've been here for 24 seasons, and hopefully we'll be here for another 24 as well. Oh, Christ, if we are, I'll be 41. Anyway, congratulations, mate. Well done. Great term, great effort, great result. You are the champion. Let's see if you can go on back-to-back it next term, and all the best for the next 3 weeks.
Thank you, mate. Have a good one.
Championship defence starts 3 weeks today, Monday, April 13. You wouldn't want to miss it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be in Cessnock for opening week and looking forward to that. Righto. Done with Eli Donaldson. You've heard from Jesse and Lachlan already. We'll get to Andrew Neal in just a moment. Hello, Ryan Jones.
Oh, mate, what's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to make sure you're still awake more than anything else. It's been a long night, hasn't it? Let's cover off Sebring firstly. Your thoughts on all of that and how that played out. You had good pace.
Yeah, I had pretty good pace in the wet early on. I think it just faltered a little bit in the dry, and then I missed a trick in the pit lane. I took enough fuel for what I thought was going to be the lap count, and then the race went a lap longer. Turns out I could have taken more fuel and been covered by tyres anyway, so it wasn't even really a fuel race. I did that to myself, which is a shame, but that's right. I wasn't catching anyone for any positions in that championship anyway, so just sort of held off for P3 in the championship, which is good to seal it up, and I think I get a commemorative plate or something for that or something, so that'll be good.
There could be a few of those coming your way this term, Jonesy. It'll look nice in the office trophy room, I'm sure. I had my heart in my mouth. The heart rate was starting to climb up a little bit. I'm sure it would have been the same for you. You and Tyson Broad on the same piece of real estate for the first time since Montreal.
I don't have a problem with Tyson or anyone out there really. I just go and racing then. I don't care. I think we bang wheels again, but that's all right. We just both hunting some dry piece of road, and when you race with the same people often enough, you sort of know exactly what they're going to do in terms of aggressiveness as well. So it was good. We sort of knew what we were each going to do, and I got ahead after Tyson made a mistake, and then Tyson come back through, and yeah, it was good. And then jumped in the GT3 and come to the field. I'm going to give you 2 more questions, Zach, because I want to go to bed.
Oh, do you? Oh, well, in that case, then I'm going to have to get my thinking cap on and make sure that I make them count. Actually, we'll get a chance to catch up with you a little bit later on in the week, will we not? What day do you go to Penguin Island?
Thursday, so no, you won't.
So you won't even be on the grid Wednesday?
Oh yeah, I probably will, but I might not be in the top 3. So.
Oh, well, okay.
That was a question, technically, by the way, too.
Shut up. Yeah. You'll get what you're given.
We've said 2 questions already done.
Shut up, Adam. Actually, how are we going with championship results, just so we can put him out of his misery, please?
That's a 3rd question.
Well,
no, that was a question to Adam, not you. Pipe down. There it is. There's the pro split results, mate. So, second in the championship, and did it on merit. I mean, obviously relied on Alex to pick the wrong car tonight, and that's I think done enough to get you across the line there, because he would have got 74, would he not, Adam?
If Alex finished in the same position in the Ford, he would have beat Ryan by 2 points.
So already finding out what Alex drinks, Ryan, to send him a 6-pack to say thanks very much.
Nah, it is what it is. It's unlucky for Alex. Obviously, he had the pace to finish in second. Great for me that he made that error, but I made a couple errors. Well, I had a couple dramas at the start of the season, round 1 and round 2, which really put me in the back foot. So when I had that non-event last week, it meant I had to rely on a round where I had 12 points. So 13 points across the first 2 rounds of the season to come back and finish second. I think that's a pretty good result. And yeah, it was a great season racing with Eli. We're side by side a fair bit through the last half of the year, and it was good fun.
Very nicely done. I did mention earlier that I was going to clarify with you. Were you at the GT4 Media Day last week? Was that what ruled you out on Monday night?
You want to one of your questions? I was at Winton. With Jerem.
Right. Oh, of course, yes. And exciting news for them today as well. Partnership with Marcus Ambrose for a Trans Am Assault this year. Looking forward to seeing how that goes for them. And on that subject, as you say, you're pressed for time, you want to go to sleep. Good luck with everything at Penguin Island this weekend. We hope it goes really well. Hopefully the rain stays away. But what does the schedule look like sim racing-wise for you after that? And what are you thinking with regards to Term 2? the GSRC and I guess the car of choice. Are you content to stay with the Porsche, or would you be keen to look at something else?
Well, I think you should know by now, I don't tend to look more than a couple of days in advance as to what I'm doing sim racing wise. So I guess I'll find out in 3 weeks when I rock up to Monday night and see what are we racing, when are we racing. Yeah, I'll stick with the Porsche because it's pretty much the only GT3 I've consistently driven. I do like my Porsches. I seem to like the way it generally handles. So I'll stick with it. It seems to be the car of choice at the moment, but I've driven it when it's not been the car of choice, and if it falls out of favour again, I'll still be in the Porsche and I'll still be the Lone Ranger. So yeah, Porsche man, Jack, through and through.
Oh, there you go. You've heard it here first. We missed seeing you Thursday night, but we do look forward to seeing you out there in the Legends. Maybe another race win in the offing on the streets of Adelaide. Who knows what you can bring to the table in the Supercar season finale as well, mate. We've got less than 48 hours to find out. Well done tonight. Nice hustle. And you go and get that sleep now. It seems like you need it. And we will catch up with you on Wednesday. And then, obviously, we'll be following your social coverage from Phillip Island for the opening round of the Speed Series this weekend. Go well, mate. Thank you for that.
Yeah, cheers. I just want to give a shout out to Yeaman for winning the Super Formula Championship, and Chapman, P2. They were both too fast all season for me to get anywhere near them. And Eli and Alex as well. Congratulations to them. And cheers to all the boys at DPR. And shout out to Mum for being my only supporter, watching on every night. It's her birthday tomorrow, so I figured she should get a shout out for the year.
Absolutely. Happy birthday.
I'll see you all later.
Right, there he is, Brian Jones. Yeah, absolutely. All that Eli's just departed. He's dropped that comment and departed, and Jonesy's now gone as well. And it's interesting because hopefully all that revenue he's making with his real-world exploits off-track media and the like, hopefully he's buying Mum something nice for her birthday tomorrow. Good on you, Jonesy, and good on you, Eli. Thank you for that, boys. Hopefully a championship there somewhere down the line for Ryan Jones as well. As you've already seen, a third and a second secured tonight. But again, that tussle, that inability to be in two places at once, denying him the chance to fight for a title in more than one instance this season. He's had a pretty good season, all things considered. Lockie Cable's still here, and Pro-Am race winner Andrew Neal is still in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody else has departed, so apologies, boys. We're going to come back to Jesse McManaman only to find out what the hell he was thinking with regards to what he'd like to see on the schedule for next season. We'll ask him that question at another point in time. We've got some better news for him in just a moment anyway, but firstly, Lockie, you're still in the house, and I'll get to Andrew Neal straight after that. I'm not sure why you're still here. Maybe you haven't got an early start tomorrow, but let me ask you this. Great news for Orbit Drop there with Logitech coming on board. Busy 3 weeks coming up. Sebring, Porsche Pro Invitational, season opener. And then do you get any time off between now and the start of Term 2 on the platforms of the GSRC?
Yeah, I am still here because PMs with a few people make waiting enjoyable. We'll put it that way. But other than that, it does get quite busy over the next little bit. Like a few people, I will be missing round 1 of Porsches just due to I have a legal assessment due where I need to actually go and do practical legal training on that day. So is what it is. I would much rather focus on that than a Porsche Cup race. But we'll move on from that. It is going to get pretty busy. We are trying to sit down at the moment and figure out where we can get some extra pace in the V8. Performance at what we keep calling piss, but is Pro Series V8s, we were quite happy with it. It's only piss because that's the Pro Invitational Supercar Series. Oh yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, lovely.
It's stuck. It's stuck for a few of us. No, nothing at all. It's amazing series. It's brought V8s way higher than what it ever was before.
It's unfortunate when the lettering is
it is what it
us as Australians to have a sense of humour. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But essentially with that, we're looking for a little bit more pace. We're quite happy with where we finished anyway. We all had pace to be in the top 20. I reckon at the end of the season we all can be in the top 20. Brad was doing a mega job there. So
Yeah.
we'll get there. You will see quite a lot of drop bear showing on Wednesday night. We have a quite a good document from last year's Pro Series race that we will be using. So you can expect a little bit of a showing of us there.
Excellent.
One of the first times tonight I've tried to do the double GSRC, and I will be continuing to do it. Again, no hate to anyone who in the first race. For a funny laugh, I got home from work late, had a big talk about what happened at work, then had dinner and decided I'd just about finished dinner and log into the server. As I walked over from the sim, from dinner to the sim, I had a minute left on grid. So I had to load up everything and get on the correct set of tyres before we went. So that was a fun experience. I do love starting from the back. I know some people hate it, but I feel like if you start from the back and you don't actually hit anyone, it's not a problem. Obviously that didn't happen tonight because I did start from the back and I did hit Sam, but that was more of a racing deal, and I do apologise to him at all if it looked like it was anything else. But anyway, to the race tonight, I was pretty happy with the result, considering we started 21st and was probably about 10 seconds off the lead after turn 1. But we worked something out with the strategy, went short then long, and it seemed to work because we didn't really have any issues and I was able to push towards the end.
A fair summation from you of what's going on everywhere at the moment, off track, on track, and with your academic as well, mate. And the academic side of it's important too. Did I hear the word legal mentioned in there somewhere? So a future lawyer in the offing? Is that what we're dealing with in the house at the moment?
Maybe. I'm in my 3rd year of law school at the moment, so
here we go.
We're getting there. This is the point where I've noticed quite a big hit in workload, so that's why I had to dedicate the last couple of days to a couple 4 AM nights of sitting and writing things, although it was painful. But it's what we call it's just legal development and sort of understanding how everything works, and it's a lot of readings required. So it is what it is, and I try and sort of split the time between that and work, especially in the automotive industry, especially, and then this as well. So it's good that I still get to get on the sim at times and have some fun, which is what this is.
Can make it a tough juggling act, can also make it hard to be present for the whole campaign as well, mate. So let me finish this up because I know it's late. You've had a big couple of days. Next term, if we do see on a regular basis, you've already said that you would like to do more double up nights. Obviously, your pre-existing commitments and schedules will dictate probably which night we see you here on the platforms of the GSRC. But what would you like to see on the card on a Monday night supporting GT3 next term? That's question number 1. And when it comes to GT3, Jonesy's pretty content with the idea of sticking with the Porsche. What are you thinking?
In terms of Monday nights, GR86 was pretty fun last time they put it on. I don't know when they're going to do it again. I know people were getting quite upset with how the conduct was round 1, round 2, but honestly, it's that car. It's the funness of it. I don't think going ham on incidents is going to be the best way, but that's just my opinion. Obviously, the guys at Gents here have much better idea of what's going on, so I will happily contend with what they think is the best idea because they know exactly how to run it because they've run it for so long. So they make everything work exactly how it is here, and that's a good thing. So GT3 wise, I picked the Porsche tonight because I haven't driven it in so long and I really wanted to drive it again. We missed out on driving it at the 12 hour at OSR because Sean couldn't drive it. So we went with a very off pick of the McLaren and it actually worked quite well. The rest of the team had already done a lot of laps in the BMW and it was probably quite a bit of a difficult switch to the McLaren. Just completely different driving styles, a lot harder to drive in certain areas. So that's why there was a bit of a team switch or a team difference during the OSR 12 hour. But anyways, apart from that and my availability, I have maybe heard along the grapevine of some interesting changes happening with GTE. So you might see quite a few of us on the grid if what is rumoured is the case on Friday nights.
If GTE goes around again, yeah. All right, very
maybe
nicely
it's
done.
not GT3. I won't reveal sources.
All right, copy.
It might be what's paired with GTE.
Okay, copy. Well, I was going to, yeah, there's no guarantee that, as I say, GT3 obviously goes around again on a Monday night. We know that. But yeah, some of the offerings will change hands and switch around. That always happens term on term. Sebring, yes or no? And on the back end of that, thank anybody you like before I let you go, buddy.
Sebring, probably
For the 12-hour officials, no? Okay.
That's not another thing for me this weekend. We've got Pell at the end of the week, so we've got Premier Endurance League, and I want to go and do other things. So I didn't put myself out into the team. We're running full prototype team this time round, and prototypes are... I used to drive them a long time ago, and I haven't gotten back into them properly, so I need a bit of a... We'll call it a Team Sutton boot camp to get me back into that one. So that'll be a journey for another time. But in terms of sponsors, obviously, as you're aware of the Logitech G situation, big shout out to Tom, Blacklock, Sutton, Dan, everyone involved in that. It was spent 6-7 months in the making. Massive effort from everyone, and we're so glad to have Logitech on board again. Me, as being a person who's gone from team with Logitech to now team with Logitech again, I'm happy to carry the flag. Always great products to use. Everything that we've worked with Dan Hall has been amazing. It's like, love everything that he does, everything he helps out with sim racing, all the opportunities he gives people. And I couldn't thank him enough for everything he's done for me at ERT and also now at ODBM. So we will continue with that and see where everything goes. Obviously, you can see all our paints are black. Will be revealed probably next season on what they will look like with updated logos, but to get an idea of what the paints will be like, it will look very similar to what we've got in the Supercar. So wait and see for that one.
All right, very nicely done. Anyone else you'd like to thank before I let you go, buddy?
Obviously, it goes without saying, you for putting on the mammoth of a broadcast every time. Being able to interview everyone. It's a unique thing that happens in sim racing that doesn't happen often, where people don't get their time to shine in the spotlight. I've certainly had my time quite a lot with progressing up the ranks, so it's a good thing that you guys get to talk to some people that obviously in some situations don't get to have the talk about how their race was, and it makes them feel quite good and gets the sponsors out. So that's one big shout out.
I appreciate that, mate, because that's as you'd appreciate, it's a funny caper, right? They pay me to talk, but then they accuse me of talking too much, and they say, no, talk less. We'll still pay you the same, but just bloody talk less. There's always a discussion had with regards to the length of the post-race show, and I'm not just talking about here on the platforms of the GSRC either. And I know specifically in the sim racing circles it is a lot shorter, but I feel as though if we're going to pump it up as being the Wolfbane, started 29th, finished P12, might have an invoice to serve, but overall was a good experience. Good on you, mate. Appreciate the intel there. But yeah, it's an interesting one because I look at it and think, you guys, you know, this is your showpiece. This is where you're the stars. And we should be doing what we can to, we don't obviously do the pre-race lead-in or anything like that, but if we can do something post-race to give you guys a little bit of time in the spotlight, then we're doing our job. And that's something that if I was, apparently something about viewer numbers, maybe there's a drop-off in viewership post-race, but at the end of the day, you guys can clip this after the fact, send it to your sponsors, say, here, we've given you a mention. So we do appreciate that. And by the way, Thorn Weggett, I'm just being told, thank you, Adam, Wolfbane, Thorn Weggett. I hope I've got the pronunciation of that spot on there. That's the name behind the YouTube user handle. We're always struggling to work out exactly who that is. But yeah, it's a point of conjecture because you're battling time constraints, obviously, people who are inclined to get off the broadcast, finish it up, wrap it up whilst, there's still active engagement and all that sort of stuff. We know that a lot of people stay for the racing, and then the dedicated loyal ones making their way through with us staying for the balance of the post-race show, which we greatly appreciate as well. It's not the length of, say, F1 or anything like that, or supercars, but it's something at the end of the day. I'd love to see more of it, but it all comes back to revenue and time constraints somewhere along the way. Good on you, Lockie. Great to catch up, buddy. I know we'll be seeing each other on a regular basis throughout the course of the season. Good luck with the study. Enjoy the break.
Thank you very much, Zach. I appreciate everything.
There he is, Lachlan Capel, one of the off-season recruits for the Logitech G Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable. And that brings me to winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew Neil. How about that? See, this is nice for us, because normally, right, last cab off the rank, save the best until last. Normally it's a team leader, G Heaney. Nice change of pace for you to be anointed as the spokesperson tonight, because you've got a good result to talk about, mate. You had to work for it every step of the way by virtue of looking at the finishing results there. I think it was only about half a second you held on by in the end, but what a great result. What a great way to finish the term.
Mate, it was good to finally put a result on the board. I've had a bit of a rough season, really. So yeah, it was nice to come out here at Road America and get a good result.
Talk us through the race, because obviously for it to finish up that close, we would have loved to have seen something that competitive here rather than the clinic that Daniel Edmonds put on. From an entertainment standpoint, take nothing away from that drive. That was high quality stuff, right? But from your standpoint, half a second the difference, that's a grandstand type of finish.
No, it was good. Daniel Piper put up a good fight, and certainly after the second stop, he got back out in front of me on the pits. I might have had a lapse in concentration. Forgot to put the accelerator down, and then when I finally hit the throttle, I was in neutral, so he just drove around me. But no, the race was good. The team did really well. Daniel Piper did fantastically in second as well, so credit to him. He certainly kept me honest the whole way around. Yeah, it was just a good race all round.
So what you're telling me is you're lucky you didn't fry a gearbox or an engine.
No, it wasn't that bad. I wasn't sitting there revving it like Redline. But yeah, it just took me a while to get off the mark.
And as you say, nice to string a result together. It's a chalk and cheese type of thing, right? Because obviously you've been building up towards this, and that's great. You'd love to be coming back next week and carrying the momentum with you into that, but now all of a sudden you've got 3 weeks to sit and wait around. How do you take tonight's result and then, hang on, we're changing screens all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're good? Oh, I thought for a moment you were wrapping me up. Wouldn't be the first time someone's tried to do that. But Andrew, how do you maintain the momentum, right? How do you take the momentum gain tonight, harness it, and then keep putting the results together when the new season starts in 3 weeks, mate? Is there any method to that madness?
Mate, to be honest, there is no method to my madness at all. I just get in, drive. If I know the track and drive it well, I do okay. And if I don't, then I have an absolute shocker like last week at, how do you say that track?
Saxon Ring. Yep.
Absolute disaster there. So no doubt Jeff will be giving me a hard time about sandbagging so I don't go up. But yeah, it had nothing to do with that. Just no experience with the track.
There's something to be said about you're the second person to complain about a MotoGP track tonight, and we've already heard one beg and plead for no more MotoGP circuits to be thrown on the iRacing GT3 waste options calendar for next term. We'll wait and see what the calendar looks like to see whether those begs and pleads have been adhered to or not. And I was going to say, there is no method to the madness, but you're going to get a little bit of extra insight and a bit of an idea of how Andrew Neil wheels and deals and operates, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the course of this Thursday night and whenever else he's in the broadcast booth with me throughout the course of what's left of 2026, because he's now joined our broadcast crew. And obviously over the first broadcast, jitters nearly in less than 72 hours, and we'll be rocking and rolling again.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Hopefully I don't keep you on mute for the opening. You went off with a bang and then didn't get out to anyone.
Well, I've got out to you.
Yeah, you got out to me. You sounded fantastic.
Not the first time I've had an audience of one.
Mate, I don't know whether your second go at it was any better than the first. The first was magnificent. I really ruined it now.
The second's usually worse, actually, because it's very hard to recreate ad-lib word for word, which is why I envy comedians, because what they do is phenomenal. But anyway, in saying all of that, racing schedule obviously compromised now by when you're required in our broadcast booth, and we're looking forward to having you back here. What's the plan for the break, mate? I know we can probably talk about this more on Thursday night, but what's the plan for 2 weeks off? Obviously, that encompasses Easter, family commitments and other things, I'm sure. And then do you go around again in the same car for term 2, or do you look somewhere else for the new GT3 campaign?
Yeah, so over the break, I actually destroyed my eye flag, so I've got to do a bit of soldering and fix that up. As far as racing, we're doing Sebring on the weekend, so this week's going to be a bit of a nightmare. A late night tonight, late night on Thursday, and then we're doing the nighttime split on Saturday night. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes. I'll have the toothpicks out, that's for sure.
Well, we're just doing our part now, by the sounds of that. If you're doing the nighttime split on Saturday, we're just doing our part to prepare your body clock. So that's good.
Yeah, just complete reversal, right?
Yeah, exactly. So by the time we sign off at about 4 a.m. on Friday morning, you'll be ready for the Saturday night all-nighter, I'm sure. No, it won't be that late. It will not be that late. It's only a 1 hour race for GT4.
Depends on who from the Western states gets in at 1 a.m. to have a chat.
Well, that's exactly right. I wasn't expecting that last week. I applaud their dedication and their commitment, though. And that point that Lockie Capel just made and what you just said is exactly why we do it. If they're going to be silly enough to burn the candle at both ends with us, we're going to be silly enough to say, you know what, boys, credit where it's due, come in and have a chat with us. We love that. And we, again, if we were to interview every single person that wanted to drop into the booth, or every single person that could drop into the booth, we would be here all week. It would be a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week Gentleman Sim Racing Club channel, right? We would never get off the air. Problem is, I'd never get sleep. Yeah, it's nice that, I mean, there's a lot to be said about, as we've said before, let the racing do the talking, and then, you know, you hear a couple of interviews and then it's all very wrapped up very, very quickly, anticlimactically. But it's nice to get some feedback from people that say, no, we actually like that post-race delve that you guys do. So, and that's why we do it. Feedback, insight, response, it all goes a long way. It's like when members at this time of the term voice their opinion on what they want to see on the schedule, be it championship, cars of choice, or be it circuits of choice or formats or whatever the case may be. We're open to ideas and suggestions. That's how clubs work. That's how democracy works. You mentioned the break. What about next term? From your standpoint, mate, any circuits that you would like to not have on the calendar for next term?
I have to put my hand up and say that it's the MotoGP tracks as well. As soon as the car feels, as soon as there's no feeling in the steering wheel, that's me done.
I love it. That's 3 now. So we're starting to get a bit of a theme going here, ladies and gentlemen. We did that mathematics a couple of weeks ago, Lavis and I. We worked out of the 22 scheduled rounds of MotoGP how many tracks are actually in the iRacing server at the moment. It's about half and half. And there's a couple that could probably be put in there because they were former, like Laguna Seca in the USA. But Laguna's a great racetrack. I don't care what anybody says. Magnificent stuff, mate. Hey, that's a great result for you in Whiskey Business. Is the team leader getting the checkbook ready, sharpening the pen? What's going on there at the moment, please? Any recruitment to do in the off-season?
Mate, I don't know about recruitment. I don't think so. I mean, the last guy, who did we get in there? Forget who it was. Anyway, he was a good one. Oh, Luke Page. He come across a little while ago, and he's finished up pretty well. But that's all that I know of. There was no other recruitment. I mean, if Greg wants to open the big checkbook for me, I would be more than happy to take it, but I can't see that happening.
No, that's one of the reasons why you've joined the broadcast team, actually.
Yeah, correct. But it was a fantastic season by all the guys, right?
It was.
I think in Pro we had 3 in the top 10 for WBR in Pro-Am.
Yeah.
What did we have there? 3 in the top 10, I think it was. And then in AM we had maybe 2 in the top 10 or 1 in the top 10, I think it was. So, yeah, we did pretty well as a team. A good even split.
100%. And there'll be more of the same on Thursday night. You'll be able to cheer on your teammates from in the booth with me. Will we see you out there on Wednesday night in any way, shape or form?
No, Wednesday night I'll give that a miss, I think. I need to find somewhere to have some sleep between now and Sebring.
That's true. And it won't be Thursday night, as we've already established. And I must say, having had a chance to call GTE for the first time this season on Saturday in the absence of Banksy and Joe needing to do a replay instead of live, and by the way, congratulations to Joe. I couldn't say anything on Saturday, but I knew what he put up on socials yesterday. Brand new grandchild into the world for the Baldwin family. So congratulations to Joe and all and sundry over there in WA. He advised me, he said, the reason why I couldn't be here last night was because of da-da-da-da-da, and as soon as we get off the air, I'm going straight to the hospital. So, well done to Joe. Family first and foremost and always, and we're delighted for you guys. Now, on that subject, I'm loving GTE this season. I think the field's there's a big vibe on GTE racing at the moment, and they're racking up the sort of numbers that we like to see here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Numbers that we haven't really ever seen on a Friday night at the moment, and Adam Lavis might be able to chime in here because he's one of them. There's a lot to like about that at the moment. There were 29.30 on the grid for Phillip Island. They're the sorts of numbers you like to see in GT3 and the Porsches and GT4, mate.
I think you put him to sleep, Zach.
I have. I'm not sure he's there for me at the moment.
Who's going to stop the broadcast?
Here he is.
You know, well, I've always said, the perfect storm is the 20 to 35 window. That's the perfect amount of cars for races in the sim. So if we can get that kind of consistency, that's the aim and target.
Would I hazard a guess that GTE might be, making a pitch, making a bid for being retained next term on the platforms of the GSRC based on that?
Well, there's always a possibility. And it did get fresh updates and everything, so it got a good number. So it has got stuff going for it. We'll have to wait till
I'll tell you what, the lips are tight, aren't they? With it, I went into the channel when Greg was talking, and then they all got very hush about it once there was someone that wasn't supposed to know, and they wouldn't let me in on what it was. So.
I know. I'm here 4.5 hours later. We've been on air for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and nothing watertight from Adam Lavis. So the secret, the lips are sealed, and we won't find anything out until either Wednesday or Thursday night. That's when the big reveal's coming. I love it.
Well, I think I might have to send Lachlan Cable a text. He seems to know what's going on.
Good boy. I like it. GTE, is that something, if time permitted, you'd go and have a crack at?
Oh, did you see me in the GTE at Adelaide? That was absolutely horrendous. It was not good. It was a car it is a fun car to drive. What was the other one? Just after we got the new tyre model on it, and I was an absolute disaster at that too.
I'm not sure. GT, no, not one of the GTs. It was, what was it? I can't remember. Not we'll work it out.
Can't remember. Anyway, Matt Schmidtke just cheekily said, "Mate, you just drive it like a GT3 car. Like that's what I'm doing." Anyway, I'm spinning out left, right, and centre, going everywhere I can. I'll keep it in a straight line.
Schmidtke will be looking forward to riding tonight off and forgetting it ever happened, considering that he got crunched up on the very opening lap just after he got past the control line and saw the green flag. That's not the way he wanted to start a 90-minute affair. Andrew, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Who do you want to thank before I let you go for a 72-hour turnaround before we reconvene on Thursday?
Yeah, mate. I've got to thank you guys in the commentary booth and putting on a good show, like the other boys said. Makes it very interesting to sit there and watch it back. Project X Racing, all the guys at WBR, and a special shout out to Jeff. He's been given some great coaching there along the way, and keeps hammering me about sandbagging for no reason at all. So, anyway, that is it.
Well, look, to be fair, that's subject to interpretation and matter of opinion, I would have thought, Andrew. You might not think you are, but there's obviously something there to start getting some slack over it.
Mate, obviously the great man, Jeff Adams, he's got the pace and I'm not quite as quick, so he thinks I'm doing something a bit cheeky.
I love it. And Jeff did have a good run tonight as well. So, well done, mate. Appreciate that. We will catch up on Thursday and looking forward to that immensely. Just recapping the points situation there, ladies and gentlemen. You may have already seen it. Adam Lavis did put it up on screen earlier if you're just joining us. 494 for Eli Donaldson, 400 for Ryan Jones. Barrelon held on to third, 366. We knew he would. But look at this. Look at this. 8 points. Jeff Adams narrowly missed out on nabbing fourth by 8 points. Luke Page finished equal with him in fifth. And Nick Wood, 332, somehow held on to fourth despite how bad it started for those guys. Potentially the late race drama for Bradley Ratu and also for Rodney Gollan put pay to any of that for... and there was somebody else that got caught up in all that garbage late in the piece. Wayne Hewitt, thank you, Adam. Probably put pay to Adams finishing there in fourth. Alan Dawson, 257. And then Paul Rogers, again, didn't run the right car tonight, but did enough to retain eighth. Luke King, Vinnie Newen up 12 spots tonight. Nabs a top 10 finish, and Daniel Evans up 12 as well to 11th on 192. 302 points covered the top 10. But it was Eli Donaldson in the canter by 94, winning the Waste Options GT3 Championship for Term 1 of 2026. Pro-Am finished like this. We already detailed earlier. John Wright wrapped up the championship last week. Didn't have to be on the grid. Paul Wood did hold on to second. I'm so pleased for him. Great work there. Dave Oliver's got himself up at a third on 378, 347 for Jason Wilkinson. Andrew Neal with that win tonight to the top 5, although somehow, Neely, you've lost a spot. I don't know how that happens. On to 341, only by 6 points, but a top 5 finish. Well done to you. Again, probably, yeah, best to never tour Saxon Ring again by the look of that. Sean Benici, 278, and Derek Fitzgerald, 265. 249 for Eduardo Zamora, 237 for Bobby Camo, 218 for John Akers. 219 points covered the top 10 there, 19 between 9th and 10th. Winning margin, 38 points in the end, and it was 49 from first back. No, 59 from first back to third. I knew my maths would slip up at some point. It's not that great, I told you. But yeah, interesting to note in the manufacturer breakdown, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Porsches, a Merc, a Bimmer, a McLaren and a Ferrari in the top 10 of the Pro-Am split. And of course, Porsche dominating 8 in the Pro split, and 1 Ford and 1 BMW. Ironically driven by blokes that didn't drive either the Ford or the BMW tonight. Am split. Jesse McMenamin, I think he did hold on. Yes, he did. Well done. That win proved vitally important to him, and we will endeavour to catch up with Jesse at a later point in time. He left the room before we got a chance to get back to him. He wrapped up the title. Nathan Harvey in for second. Martin Davis, Christian Koch and Martin Pedersen with that second place tonight rounded out the top 5. This was the closest of the 3 splits, but in the end, 27 points and 110 covering the top 5. So it did spread out as the season played out. 27 points first to second and another 15 second to third. Good gap then back to Koch, who held off Pedersen and just pipped Brayden O'Loughlin by 1. Have a look at that, the difference between a top 5 and a top 10. And Tim Watson, 302, 296 for JD Dent, and Edward Rollo, 279, 215 for Anthony Cuthberts in a no-show tonight. 236 points between first and 10th, but a good mix of manufacturers there, so not just the Porsche Cup. In Waste Options GT3M, you had Merc, you had Porsche, you had Audi, Ford, McLaren, Lambo and Chev in the top 10. And I remind you that we didn't have any Chev, Acura, Aston Martin, Audi or Lambo on this grid tonight in the Pro split, but we did have Ford, Merc, Porsche, Bimmer and McLaren. So that means I'm missing another one. Ferrari was the one that we didn't have there. Team bragging rights. Jesse McMenamin and Brayden O'Loughlin wrapped that up. Well done. 791. Wrapped it up well and truly. Smashed it out of the park. 177 the margin there. Back to the Send It Society combination of John Wright and Sam Woodhouse. So Sam had something to cry about in the end. He said, it's not about me tonight, it's about John. I want to acknowledge him. But yes, no, that's a fair effort from those guys to be the best placed of the Pro-Am split competitors in Rd-10 bragging rights. Nathan Harvey, Luke Wegener in for third. 606, the best of the Pro Split teams, Eli Donaldson, Richard Mitchum. Where the bloody hell's Richard been of late? Probably gallivanting around the world. He is our global traveller, the Singaporean-based expat. And then, of course, HTS Racing in for fifth. So 3am split competitors in the top 5 of the team bragging rights points standings. Magnificent stuff. I haven't done this tonight. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go for all your GSRC merch and paraphernalia. GSRCmerch.myshopify.com takes you to the same link. Race.tgsrci.com. We need to actually add that into these banners somewhere. Race.tgsrci.com is where you go for all the relevant information about this club and how to sign up and get involved in everything that we do and when we do it, how we do it, and why we do it, ladies and gentlemen. And you'll also get the where and what with regards to broadcast details as well. That's just about it. It's made possible with thanks to Disruptive Labs, merch.tgsrci.com/graphics, Trophy AI, and of course our naming rights partner for the longest time of Monday night, the great people at Waste Options, and we sincerely thank them for their support throughout the course of this season. Our broadcast staff, skeleton thin this term. Adam Lavis has been a vitally integral part of all of that, making it happen even when it couldn't, with all the replays on a Thursday or Friday afternoon or even a Saturday afternoon. Joe's even contributed to the weekend cause this term. It has been great to be a part of it. A massive thanks to Joe, to Dan Yeaman, stepping up to the plate, producing on a Wednesday night when he's not been bound by work commitments, to Andrew for coming on board, and of course to Adam Lavis for leading the way. Somehow by the end of this week, with all the circumstances working against us, and all the changing and the rescheduling and whatnot that's going on in the process, we'll have still managed to pump out 40 broadcasts throughout the course of 10 weeks, and there's still one to come with the Australian Open World Nationals next Tuesday night as well. So it's been a stick-thin staff, but we've still managed to get in and get the job done. So many hands making light work, and we do it because we love it. We do it because of those sponsors at the top and the bottom of the screen. We do it because of the competitors that love tuning in, and the Thursday replays have been magnificent on a Friday afternoon because we've had that competitor interaction whilst the race has been going on, not just after the fact. Dale Atkins has dropped into the house. Speaking of West Coast bandits, we'll get to him in just a tick. But no, a massive thanks to the broadcast crew because, with everything, what's the word I'm looking for? Odds stacked against us in terms of trying to get it done. It's been fantastic to still play a part in bringing you all the action and keeping you amused and occupied on a Monday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday night this term throughout the 24th season of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and may there be another 24 just yet. To all of our committee, the crew with the thankless jobs, a massive thanks to them for leading the way, trying to keep 500 odd people happy, and me. Not an easy thing to do and not always achievable, but they do it somehow. And again, it's because of the passion and the love and the enjoyment and the enthusiasm for what we do and how we go about it. So a massive thanks to them. And of course, a big thanks to the sponsors and a massive thanks to the competitors for the entertainment they've put on throughout the course of the season. And a massive thanks to, I know I'm using that word a lot, but forgive me, it's nearly midnight and my vocabulary is thinning somewhat significantly. But a big thanks to everybody that's tuned in right around Australia and indeed the world throughout the course of the term as well, because that's another reason why we do it. We turn up because we enjoy it, but we turn up because there's reasons to turn up, and there have been for 24 seasons now. Hard to believe we've been doing this for 6 years, Adam.
It's getting up there. It seems to be just feels like the normal thing now. Just getting a normal routine. But it's always good to get it done and put the view out there for all the guys, people to enjoy after the fact. or during live if they're not racing. So I hope everyone enjoys what we do for them.
By the time we get through the end of this year, I'll have spent just a smidgen more. Sorry, by the time we get to the end of this term, I'll have spent 6 years here, which is the same length of high school, 7 to 12. And by the end of the year, I'll have been here for 7, which is the time from kindergarten to year 6. So it's amazing how quickly time gets away from you when you're having fun. Quickly, before I look ahead for the rest of the week, Dale Atkins is going to successfully get us to midnight. We always end up at midnight on a Monday in week 10 of any given term. But Dale, quickly to you, good evening, or actually it might even still be good afternoon in your part of the world. Great to have you on board, mate. Thoughts on how the night played out and thoughts on the season at large, because we haven't heard from you on broadcast.
Yeah, it is 8:57 here, so not midnight.
Oh, sorry, is that AM or PM? Oh, it's PM, right? Of course. Sorry, it's only dinner time. Yes. How's your? Sorry, I'm being facetious. We love our West Coast friends. How's everything been going in your world, mate? And more to the point, from a racing standpoint, were you out there tonight and how'd you fare?
Yeah, I was out there just doing my fuel stuff, I guess, just like I always do. Would have got a little bit higher, but I got a little bit touched going down one of the elbows.
Unlucky. However, in saying that, 90 minutes around Road America, hard offer to pass up on a Monday night.
Yeah,
I've got to throw in there. So Dale said he was just doing his field stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think he's been listening to the International Energy Agency saying that you got to drive a little bit slower because we all had about 3 laps to go. We all had 3 laps to go going around. Dale still had 8 laps of fuel on the opening stint, so Captain Slow is a understatement, but certainly dragging out that fuel, doing well.
I love it. I love it. Hey, Dale, I've got to wrap up here very shortly, mate. But what's the racing schedule look like for the rest of the week? And GT3 next term, what are we looking forward to there? And what will be the car of choice for you when the time comes around?
Just the Cup car on Thursday, and I'm not sure next season. I might try something new. Not sure.
Cup car Thursday, Phillip Island. That should bring them out from under the woodwork. The numbers it's been a bit of a stretch, been a bit of a struggle to lure people in on a Thursday night to drive the pogo stick, but Phillip Island should do the trick.
Phillip Island brings all the creatures out, that's for sure.
All right. I was going to say, it's only 9 o'clock on the West Coast, but you sound like you're going to fall asleep, so we'll leave it there, mate. Thank you. Appreciate that. And enjoy Thursday night. Hopefully we get a chance to chat then. If not, enjoy the 2-week break that follows.
Thanks, Zach.
Stay there too, because the post-race, post-broadcast chat rather, is always more lively than the post-race, as you know. As I said, we do it with thanks to the great people scrolling across the top and bottom of your screen. Adam Lavis, I haven't forgotten to thank anyone, I hope.
I think so. I think you got everyone.
Good.
You're on back.
And if I haven't, I do apologise in advance, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you thank yourself?
No, that would be a bit smug, wouldn't it? It'd be a bit wanky. But no. Actually, no. There is one person, and it's the guy that has commentated up on a Friday night for all but 2 weeks, Liam Banks, and he was deputised for him by one occasion by Tyson Broad as well. So I appreciate those guys jumping in when the opportunity has presented itself. Tyson especially jumping in, being a little bit wet behind the ears with regards to the play-by-play caper, and obviously Liam for ensuring that I can still have a night off each week. And how good was Johnny Bannack the other night? That was a superstar debut from him. Looking forward to more of his insights going forward in the Porsche Cup. Hopefully he'll be here on Thursday night. Hopefully you will be as well, ladies and gentlemen. So no, a big thanks to everybody that's made the wheels turn in motion in what's been a very frantic and very busy but a very enjoyable Monday night motorsport season. Congratulations to the 2 champions, of course, Dan Yeaman in Super Formula Light, and of course Eli Donaldson in GT3 Pro. There's a look at what's coming your way. Later tonight, Yes, later tonight now, because we're just ticked on the midnight Eastern Daylight Time. Later tonight, Mount Panorama Bathurst, 8 p.m. Eastern, for the 40-minute hit-out for the grand finale of the Downforce Legends Championship. It's followed by a super sprint finale. First of two for the week at Phillip Island, but this time for the GSRC Retro Formula 1 Championship. That is live at 9:15 Eastern Daylight Time for those that are competing, but it's non-broadcast. Tomorrow night, Dan Yeaman, thankfully back, not bound by work obligations anymore on a Wednesday night. He's there in the daylight hours this week, we're assured. The Adelaide Parkland Street Circuit hosts a massive grand finale night for the Oz Legends Cup, a super sprint format there, so we start 7:25 Eastern Daylight Time, 50 minutes earlier than usual. 3-race format there as opposed to the 2, and the 2 have been good enough throughout the course of the season, so 3 will be absolutely marvellous, sensational. And then Sensational Adelaide also plays host to the 60-minute grand finale enduro for the Supercar Series with thanks to Trophy AI, and that is kicking in at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Thursday night, it starts at 7:30. You'll see it about 11 o'clock. The grand finale for Disruptive Labs GT4 from the Nürburgring. We're assured that it is the Grand Prix circuit. We're assured that we're not going to get a monsoon this time round, and we can guarantee we're not going to get 10 bloody minutes of overtime either at the end of that race. So 7:30 that kicks in. It'll be on your screens about 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time on Thursday night. We are live at 8:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the GSRC Porsche Cup finale. Now, that one's going to be a bit staggered and spread out, ladies and gentlemen. Race 1 away from the AM split at this stage. Judge of fact and broadcast discretion will be implemented if needs be. If there's a piss poor turnout in any one of those fields, like what there has been in the elite split in the last couple of weeks. But yes, at this stage, race 1 from the AM split, race 2 from the open split, race 3 from the elite split. From the gateway to hypothermia, super sprint format, it's always a night that delivers ultimate entertainment and enjoyment, but also ecstasy and agony and elation and adulation. Depending upon whether you're involved in incidents or not, whether you're winning championships or not. It's a night that delivers every single time. Andrew Dyson's already got the Elite Championship wrapped up, but the others are still on the line. Hope you can join us for that live 8:55 Eastern Daylight Time. Friday night, off to the Circuit de la Sarthe we go for the GTE finale with thanks to Disruptive Labs from 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time. And Joe and Liam with you for that one. They'll spin the wheel Friday night to determine the 300-kilometre or 310-kilometre grand finale for mountain men for this term. The wheel spin takes place to determine the car of choice for 50 laps around Mount Panorama. Again, that kicks underway 8:30 Eastern Daylight Time on Saturday night. Then we have the Australian Open Wheel Nationals. More information coming on that later in the week as well from, about 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, I'm going to say. I don't have that confirmed yet, but that's about where the goalposts will be. Next Tuesday night, make a note of that. We are actually going to do a Tuesday night broadcast next week for the Australian Open World Nationals. Then Wednesday night, obviously, we've got some members racing in the Porsche Pro Series Invitational over on the SimSpeed platforms. Good luck to them. Then we've got Easter. Then we've got some time off. Then it won't take long to roll around. Monday, April 13, 7:25 Eastern Standard Time. Thank Christ. Queensland will no longer be lagging. A bit like dial-up internet, 112 years and 1 hour behind the rest of civilization. We'll be back underway. Term 2 action on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, 7:25 Eastern Standard Time, Monday, April 13. I'll be with you from Cessnock for that one because I'm down there for family and work commitments and looking forward to that. The fact that it's on work commitments means that somebody else is picking up the tab for the fuel, which is a very bloody good thing at the moment, and we look forward to that. So week 1 will be with you. The full slate, what's on offer, what night, etc., to be revealed later this week. Race.GSRC.inc if you want to get into the thick of the action, if you want to join up and be a part of the fun of the fair, or if you want to get on board as a category sponsor for next term as well. Magnificent stuff. A little bit tame, the GT3 Pro finale at Road America, but Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin always delivers some spectacles and some terrific racing and some excitement and entertainment. It did that tonight. It wasn't in the battle for the lead. It was in the battle for the minor placings. A couple of stings in the tail with regards to the championship, but still, it was, of course, Eli Donaldson too good in the end on a night where Daniel Edmonds carved up the competition. We'll wait and see if he comes and throws his hat into the ring for the full 10-week campaign in 3 weeks' time or not. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you live and exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube, as we've been doing now for 6 years on a Monday night. That is Waste Options GT3, Waste Options Super Formula Light, Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport, done and dusted for 3 weeks at least. Enjoy the time off and enjoy what's left of Grand Final week. And as an added bonus, Wednesday afternoon sometime, Adam Lapis and I are doing overtime to replay the round 9 supercar and legend car action that we didn't bring you from the Hungaro ring last week. He had family commitments. I got called in off the bench to do Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercars. It just was meant to be, I guess. So we'll have a replay of round 9 before we bring you round 10 live as well. On behalf of all the crew, that's then is that. Go and get some sleep. We're back here tomorrow night. Yes, tomorrow night, Wednesday night, 7:25 Eastern Daylight Time. Look forward to your company then. On behalf of Adam Lavis, all the broadcast commentary and production team here, I'm Zach Caban. Have a great morning, everybody. Bye for now.